Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm going to start a new series, What If Deku Had an Osmosian Rival, Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
This question may seem arbitrary, but it has been bothering me lately. Are all people created equal? Not, every life has value? Or, we're all human, equal? I'm referring to equality in its most unadulterated form. The equality for which laws are written. Take to the streets to protest. The type that you learn in school. Equality between men and women, the rich and the poor, and the able and the disabled is something that society repeats like gospel. The concept is presented to kids as if it were a given. However, facts don't require defense, they simply are. Every 10 minutes, you don't need to remind someone that gravity exists. You don't need to argue about oxygen. However, conversely, equality must always be defended. This is due to the fact that even the most vocal believers secretly don't believe it. You can see it in their eyes, but they will cry over it. They are aware of the reality. There has never been justice in the world. The words are consoling, however, they are false. No two people are alike. They will never be and never were. However, society maintains the illusion because it would be too painful to acknowledge the reality. I used to hear people complain about representation, how the term disabled is offensive, how women should have more jobs, and how everyone should have access to housing. Without ever admitting that inputs were never equal in the first place, they attempt to equalize results. Distinct bodies, distinct perspectives, distinct ancestries, that is the unvarnished truth. It could be described as cynical. I refer to it as obvious. Women are not the same as men. Not in terms of the body, mind, or even hormones. Simply using kinder language does not make disabilities go away. And cash? And let's not even talk about it. Some people are born with a silver spoon stuck in their throats so tightly that they have never even tasted struggle. Others, on the other hand, are born without anything and nevertheless struggle to survive, piecing together the fragments of a life that was never given them a fair chance. That is commendable. I honor it. However, this only makes them the exceptions, not that the world is fair. Additionally, the system uses exceptions as evidence that the rules are effective rather than fearing them. Imagine a classroom with 20 pupils in it. One of them is gifted by nature. They are intelligent, athletic, endearing, and everything. Even if the other 19 put in twice as much effort, they will never be able to catch up. Not at all. Even when he coasts, the talented person always stays ahead, even if they narrow the gap a bit. However, even such inequity is still within human bounds. With enough time and effort, it might be possible to level the playing field if the only difference is in talent or wealth. Here's the true joke, though. My old one, that's only true in your world. In the one I have now, goddamn, that's a joke. Because we have something called a quirk that is a lottery ticket at birth. If you roll well, you win the game before it even begins, and if you roll your eyes like a snake, you're simply behind. Indefinitely. Being born with a useless quirk or none at all is not compensated for by any amount of work. The unspoken reality is that they say that talent is defeated by hard work, but they never explain what happens when talent is armed with a fucking nuclear weapon. Let me state it simply. Some individuals are born with peculiarities that allow them to control time, melt steel, or impose rules on the world. Others? They have the ability to make their fingernails glow at night. You want to tell me that those individuals are on an equal footing? Develop a damned brain. What passes for heroes these days is something I have witnessed. I have witnessed the mediocrity they elevate, as well as the appearance and sensation of true power when it is coursing through your veins like liquid fire. So what happens when people start yelling about justice, equity, or some nonsense utopia in which everyone is equal? I chuckle, since I am aware of something that they are not. I'm not interested in equality. Fairness is not required of me. Playing by rules designed for weaker men is not something I'm interested in. I used to wonder why I felt so strange. Why I couldn't be as concerned as the others. They weep over heartbreaking tales and try to help those who wouldn't help them. They think heroes exist in happy endings. I once considered the possibility that I was flawed. However, I am aware of the reality. Nothing is wrong with me. Simply put, I have witnessed the world as it is, not as people would like it to be. And it appears to me that the game was rigged from the beginning. A culture that despises anyone who doesn't play dumb, worships power, and acts as though it doesn't exist. However, I'm not here to change the situation. I'm here to take ownership of it. I will therefore allow the sheep to pursue their delusions. Let words like hero and hope choke them. The one standing above it all will be me, since I'm not equal to anyone. I'm here, standing at the UA gates. University, the nation's most esteemed hero school. Not just the nation, though. The entire fucking world. It is referred to as a beacon of justice by the media. A breeding ground for tomorrow's heroes and a political PR factory. It's a means to an end for me. The campus towered over me like a fortress, with automated surveillance drones humming overhead and towers of reinforced glass that screamed control, power, and wealth. The funding was almost a smell in the air. Now what was I looking at? And this was only the beginning. The glossy front for reporters and tourists. Buried deep within the university's core were the actual testing grounds, the training facilities, and the combat zones. The automated doors of the main building hissed open as I moved forward. The interior featured sleek lighting and polished marble floors. I presented my exam ticket and my high school ID at the security checkpoint. Before nodding me through, the attendant carefully examined my high school ID and scanned my exam ticket with a blinking red light. 1548 is the examinee number. Not even 100 of the thousands of people who applied for the hero course would be accepted. Testing room 204 was my designated location. The second story. The practical exam is administered after the written exam. It makes sense. Before some moron trips over their own shoelaces and splits their skull, separate the thinkers from the meatheads. I walked upstairs, navigating through groups of examinees. A few exuded confidence. Others feigned it with loud laughter and twitchy smiles. They all didn't matter. Before lunch, they were just a collection of faces that I would forget. 204th room. I unceremoniously opened the door and entered. Desks are arranged in rows in a rigid grid on white walls. Every desk had a nameplate and a number. No space for distractions or personalization. I located and took a seat in the middle of the fourth row. Each of us had been given a mechanical pencil and a black pen. Losers who couldn't even control their own nerves were seated around me. In front of me, a girl with electric blue hair. She tapped her foot beneath the desk. Fear. To the right, the Antler boy. As if his collar were choking him, he fiddled with it. Panic reaction. To my left. A poor bastard was already half soaked through his shirt, clutching the pen as if it were about to flee. Desperation. They were all afraid. No, I wasn't. Some bureaucratic stiff with a wrinkled suit and a burned-out look, the proctor shuffled in. Perhaps a washout who never recovered from failing the hero course 10 years ago. They distributed the papers. Booklets that are thin and stapled in the upper corner. Each of the 10 questions required you to write your response and provide justification. And I saw it for what it was when I read the first few. It was not a knowledge test. What they wanted to know was who I was, not what I knew, or who I could pretend to be, anyway. I could already hear the responses they were looking for as I skinned the remaining questions. Selflessness, compassion, responsibility, and accountability. Even if I gave them everything they wanted, they would realize I was acting because it would be too perfect. I began writing down my responses, my lips curving upward. 1. For you, what does it mean to be a hero? Being a hero entails deciding to take on burdens that no one else can. Accountability, consequences, and failure risk. A hero is unflinching as they stand between chaos and peace. It all comes down to resolve, the will to defend, to take action, to remain upright even when no one else is looking. 2. What would you do if you witnessed a villain fleeing while nearby civilians were in danger? I would pursue the bad guy. Allowing them to get away will only cause them to harm or even kill more people in the future. Reacting emotionally at the time is not as important as stopping them now to avoid future casualties. If I can quickly eliminate the threat, I'm saving more lives than just the people in front of me, and I trust that the civilians nearby are not defenseless. A single action now can prevent 100 issues later. 3. In a burning building, you are rescuing civilians. One child trapped in one room or 3 people in another can be saved. Why and who do you pick? The kid. It isn't even a query. Your body simply moves when you see a child crying for assistance while alone in a burning room. The instinct takes over. You're not a numerical thinker. You think quickly and naively. That child still hasn't had a chance to live. I'll give them a chance if I can. Each and every time. 4. A villain who recently hurt your friend is the target of your pursuit. Do you prioritize retaliation or capture if you catch them? My first thought would be retribution. I would like to harm the antagonist, but for that reason, I would concentrate on capture. Because anger does not serve justice. No one is safer when they get revenge. Taking the bad guy off the streets does the trick. I would take any necessary action, and reserve the joy for a later time. 5. Despite the risks, what drives you to become a hero? Respect. I want to be a role model for others. Someone they follow, remember, and talk about. Since I believe that being seen is a part of being a hero, I won't pretend it's completely selfless. And I want to be recognized for my accomplishments. 6. Give the name of a pro hero you look up to and describe the lessons you would take away from them. Eraserhead. It's not a bad thing that he is the complete opposite of the kind of hero I aspire to be. He doesn't seek notoriety. Even when no one expresses gratitude, he takes decisive action. He taught me the importance of being present and how to manage a situation without taking over. How to use reason to gain power. 7. What does failure look like to you when you picture yourself as a hero? Losing a battle I should have won and causing harm to others as a result. What scares me is that lives could be lost as a result of my hesitation or poor judgment, not my suffering, theirs. 8. Even if you continued to save lives, what would you do if the world decided one day that you weren't a good hero? I would disregard them. The truth is not defined by the masses. One day they'll applaud, the next they'll crucify. I would disprove them by being indisputable, not by shouting louder. I would continue to perform my job to a higher standard. Let the work do the talking. Even if they despise me for it, they would eventually have to accept it. 9. What emotions do you think someone would experience if you were to save them? Awe and relief. I came, and I want them to breathe again. When they see me, I want them to understand that they were never truly in danger. I want to dispel the fear with my presence. 10. As a hero, what kind of legacy would you like to leave behind? Long after I'm gone, I want to be remembered, not merely esteemed. A whispered legend. I want to outperform All Might, not equal him. Future heroes will look up to me as an example of what it means to be a hero. With a soft click, I closed the pen and leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. I changed out of my high school uniform and put on the loose white sweatpants and black compression shirt I had brought for the test. Just some clothes that would be useful and allow me to move quickly. We had the typical show not too long ago. In an attempt to get the audience to cheer, presenter Mike let out a loud scream. Iida became enraged with Midoriya for muttering too loudly, as if someone would fail the test simply for thinking aloud. I ignored it after the first few seconds, just like in the anime. The fact that I had been assigned to Battle Center E was important. I looked around this crowd. Most of the faces were unknown. That guy with the martial GI, the tail guy, was the only one I vaguely recognized. I only knew that he existed. I couldn't recall his name. He is essentially an NPC, so there isn't much more to say about him. The great gates at the city's entrance began to grind open. A dramatic pause that was obviously intended to heighten the tension. Everyone paused as if they were trained puppies, anticipating an unattainable countdown. I squatted and pressed my palms to the ground, soaking up the concrete beneath me as the herd squirmed. In a matter of seconds, my entire body hardened, with rough gray stone creeping up my arms, over my chest, and down my legs. It's heavy, but not enough to make me slow down. Then I bounded ahead. As I rushed forward, Present Mike's voice boomed behind me. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles, run, listeners. When the other examinees finally realized what was happening, a stampede broke out behind me. Several with speed quirks sped ahead of the group. One even sped by me in a red streak. That one was noted in my mind. They might come in handy later. After about 20 seconds, I came across my first target. A simple one-pointer, sufficient for a warm-up. With minimal effort, my arms reformed. The right became a blunt hammer and the left a huge stone fist. I snatched the bot in my rush, caught it by the middle, and slammed it to the ground before me. Then, with a satisfying crunch, I slammed the hammer down right into its head. The force caused the metal to crumple like foil. I knelt down once more and drew in the broken steel plating as the thing sparked and died beneath me. Rough rock turned to smooth green metal as my armor moved. The difference in power was immediately apparent to me. The weight was more evenly distributed. In comparison, stone was some caveman shit. From the right, another bot rolled in, this one a three-pointer. Without hesitation, I changed my right arm into an axe and stabbed the shoulder, cutting through it and embedding the blade in the center. After a single jerk, it fell backward in a heap of smoke. I discovered that I was in a steady rhythm. Run. Find the target. Morph. Take a life. Take in. Do it again. I noticed 3 bots huddled together in one alley. I transformed my left arm into a lance. I continued to push, impaling all three like meat on a skewer after driving it through the torso of the first bot. Not even they fell. I reshaped my right arm into a machete and held them in place. One slid to the side. With a single stroke, 3 heads off. I continued to move. The clock continued to run. I was sitting on roughly 30 points after 5 minutes, most likely more. When you're in the zone, counting is difficult. The timer is halfway through. That's probably close enough to pass. Not too bad, not very good, though. I required more. Not just points for villains. Hero points. The unstated but unquestionably present hidden score. I started walking down the street, looking around for someone who could help, ideally someone with a speed quirk. If you could replicate even a small portion of their momentum, quirks like that were priceless. A minute went by. Then I located her. Light-footed but overwhelmed, the girl had red hair. She was moving fluidly as she dodged a 2-pointer's shots, but she wasn't retaliating. Not efficiently. Speed quirks appear impressive until you realize that, without power, all you have is nice footwork. I started to run in her direction. There's no harm in doing a little charity. That kind of thing will be very popular with the proctors. The last thing I needed was to leave with a fat 0 on hero points and triple digits on villain points, since I hadn't exactly been racking up any hero points. That would practically shout, I'm having a problem. My right hand changed into a huge fist made of steel. I slammed the bot into the ground after charging at it and catching it in the middle of its swing. Stunned but unfinished, it shook and sparked. I tilted my head toward the wreck and glanced at the girl. Go ahead. It's all yours. After blinking, she nodded as if I had given her the key to salvation. With a sort of desperation that told me she needed the points, she rushed over and tore through its exposed wiring. The bot's lights went out a few seconds later. She smiled at me as if I had just saved her life and walked back over, thanks, that. Before she could finish, I held up a hand. No need. I was just trying to help. I then extended my hand. She accepted it without question. I triggered my quirk when her fingers touched mine. Her quirk entered me like a sudden lightning strike that sent shivers up my spine. My heart skipped a beat, and my fingers twitched uncontrollably. Perhaps to introduce herself, she opened her mouth once more. I hurriedly said, no, don't tell me your name, as I started to move away. Let's introduce ourselves when we meet in the hero course. She wasn't going to make it, I already knew that, but it didn't have to be said aloud. My thoughts were already starting to become hazy. In strange places, my focus began to sharpen, and in other places, it began to fray. My body was buzzing, as if it was unsure whether it was about to explode or was being attacked. Only one peculiarity. I'm capable of managing one. I sprang forward, more quickly now. I was on to the next bot before my feet had even touched the floor. When a 1-pointer staggered out of an alley, I ran in, ripped off its arm, and used it to smash its head. I helped the examinee up and waved to them. You all right? Keep moving. Don't freeze up now, you've got this. My encouragement caused their eyes to light up. Hero points. Of course. So I continued. Locate stragglers and resolve their disputes on their behalf. After that, give them a smile and some words of support to make them feel like I was there for them. Then I heard metal reverberating from the structures. The sky appeared to grow dimmer. It bounded into view from around the corner, the 0-pointer. The creature was enormous. At least 5 stories high, possibly higher. The pavement was shaken by its footsteps. Debris underfoot was crushed like cardboard by enormous conveyor wheels. The battlefield was scanned by red sensors in a spooky silence. The others took off running. They weren't to blame. They couldn't beat it anyway, and it wasn't worth any points. I wasn't everyone, though. It's a shame that nobody was caught beneath it. It would have been the ideal rescue shot. I wasn't going to let it get away with it, though. I ran ahead, pushing myself past my comfort zone as my speed quirk hummed beneath my muscles. I leapt, sprang up, and kicked off a wall nearby. As I ascended the mechanical titan like a spider, my fingers changed in midair, sharp claws digging into alloy plating. I pressed both palms against its head, taking in as much as I could. The reinforced titanium alloy material was more robust than anything I had come into contact with during the day. My arms and chest felt thicker than steel, as if I were being rebuilt from the inside out. I started to shape my arm in mid-fall after jumping off the head, the air rushing past me as I fell. As it continued to grow, the metal folded and expanded, covering itself to form a blade the size of a city bus. By the time I reached the top of my descent, My right arm had grown into a sword so large it appeared to belong in the arsenal of the zero-pointer. I swung after that. The zero-pointer's head and upper torso were sliced in one terrible cut as the blade fell in a perfect arc. As I landed in a crouch, my feet cracking the pavement beneath me, smoke and fire poured from its ruined core. Time's up. The days have been taking far too long lately. The excitement of beginning to attend UA makes every moment seem elongated and meaningless. Even my daily existence lacks excitement. Even worse, I have one more week of high school left. On the 13th, graduation will take place. Smiling through monotony for another 7 days. Thus, I find myself sprawled on my bed, idly browsing through my feed. I returned from the gym 30 minutes ago. Then my door was knocked on. "Cuda, your entrance exam results came." I took a seat. "All right, coming." My dad was standing there when I opened my door, his eyes vacant. As they have been for more than 10 years. The bright red UA was on the envelope he was holding. It was stamped with a crest. He held it out for a moment as if he expected me to open it by myself. My response was, "It's fine, I'd like you to be there too. It would have been impossible for me to get this far without your support, Dad." He widened his eyes slightly. It was subtle, but there. He hadn't anticipated hearing from me because I had said something unexpected, perhaps something he hadn't heard in a while. Together, we took a seat on the couch in the living room. As usual, he remained silent and slouched a little, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. He appeared more nervous than I could ever be. I opened the envelope and found a tiny circular gadget inside. On the coffee table, I set it. Then it came to life, projecting a blue hologram that glowed. All Might showed up, beaming broadly as usual. It was a pre-recorded message. After welcoming us and saying some inspirational words about pushing past our comfort zones, he casually revealed that he would be teaching full-time at the university. Not a lot of surprises. The results, which were the part that truly mattered, came last. A list of the top 10 examinees, arranged by rescue points and villain points, was displayed when the projection changed. Destroying villain robots would earn you villain points, while heroic deeds other than battling villains would earn you rescue points. 1. Kyuda Henshin, 25 rescue points, 83 villain points. 2. Katsuki Bakugo, 0 rescue points, 77 villain points. 3. Eijiro Kirishima, 35 rescue points, 39 villain points. 4. Ochako Uraraka, 45 rescue points, 28 villain points. 5. Abara Shiozaki, 32 rescue points, 36 villain points. 6. Itsuka Kendo, 40 rescue points, 25 villain points. 7. Tenya Iida, 9 rescue points, 52 villain points. 8. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points, 0 villain points. Tetsu, 10 rescue points, 49 villain points. 10. Fumiyage Tokiyami, 10 rescue points, 47 villain points. I grinned and leaned back. Well, would you look at that? I got the top score, with 108 points total. Dad took a moment to process the numbers as his eyes swept over the list. Silently, "That's a pretty large margin," he said. "Yeah, second place was some guy called Bakugo and he only has 77 points." Slowly, he nodded. "Good work. That's really good." Whoa, is this guy displaying some emotion? It might have been the first time in years that I had heard him express enthusiasm. I reasoned that since the atmosphere was favorable, I might as well try it. "Hey Dad, how about buying me a car?" I asked casually. I think I'm old enough to have one. And now that I'm going to uni, I can't be showing up on the train like I'm still in high school. He took a while to answer. He simply looked at the table for a moment, as if he needed to mentally go over a list of possibilities before he could say anything. "Yeah," he finally said. "That's fair. You did well, Kyuda. And I've saved a lot. Not like I use it for anything these days." With one side of my mouth pulling into a half smile, I raised an eyebrow. As a child, I hadn't really asked for much. Never anything this large, for sure. Before the entrance exam, I had hinted at a few things and even mentioned the possibility of owning a car, but he never provided a direct response. I assumed he would dismiss it, advise me to concentrate on my studies, or use some other cliched parental line. I suppose I misjudged the situation. I was left alone at the table as he got up, muttered something about having to lie down, and walked back to his room. There was silence again. With my head tilted toward the ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead, I reclined in the couch. One steady circle, then another. That was it. He provided me with everything I required. Dad didn't give a damn. He simply didn't have the energy to care anymore, not intentionally. When I was 2 or 3, Mom passed away. A vehicle collision. It's a wet road with a bad turn. Nothing spectacular like a villain attack. I don't have many memories of her. However, I recall what it did to my father. He didn't pass out. He didn't start sobbing. He simply vanished, fragment by fragment. What remained was a man who arrived home late from work early. Work became his life. Because everything else hurt too much to consider, a salaryman clings to routine. There are no interests, friends, or feelings left for anything, just a purposeless ghost. He tried at first. He would inquire about my well-being, confirm whether I had eaten, and make sure I was getting enough sleep, brushing my teeth, and completing my homework. That kind of thing. However, it soon faded. I only needed to demonstrate my stability and that I wasn't collapsing like he was. So I did. My grades remained high. I showed my report cards to him, pretended that nothing was wrong. And that was simple in elementary and junior high school. The bar was almost on the ground. I only needed to show up and listen. I didn't even need to study. I had the ideal excuse, but high school required a little more work. It took time to train for a hero career, and teachers became accommodating once they realized that was my career path. Have you missed any assignments? Make it up next week. Did you submit something after the deadline? Thanks for still submitting. The idea of future heroes is one that people genuinely want to believe in. For it, they will bend the rules. I coasted through, then. What about Dad? He didn't voice any complaints, nor did he give me any praise. When I asked for money, he gave it to me, nodded when I showed him his grades, and returned to his work. That was sufficient. Some would refer to that as neglect. Perhaps it was. I wasn't bothered by it, though. However, I didn't require anything more. I didn't require heart-to-hearts, homework assistance, or life guidance. All I wanted was for him to keep out of my way. And he did precisely that. After school let out the following day, I received a call to the principal's office. Nevertheless, I wasn't alone. They had also called in Eijiro Kirishima and Mina Ishido. I recognized them. Everywhere Ishido went, she was surrounded by people, loud and pink. We had never really spoken, and I didn't mesh well with her group of friends. Kirishima was more reserved. Not the brazen, indestructible, manly man he would become. His bangs hung just between his eyes, and his hair had grown to a jet black length that brushed his shoulders. Not the untamed red spikes for which he would later become famous. They were there when I walked down the hall and pushed open the principal's office door. Ishido looked up instantly, a big smile on his face. Hey, you're Henshin, right? The guy who got number 1 on the practical exams. I smiled politely at her and nodded. Yeah, that's me. I'm sure you did well too. You also got accepted, didn't you? Her eyes glowed slightly as she waved it away and laughed. Even if they pretended to be modest about it, people enjoyed being recognized. Yeah, I scraped by, she jokingly remarked. I had 43 points total. I gave a little laugh. I turned my focus to Kirishima, who remained silent. His hands were loosely in his pockets as he stood there, staring at the floor and then back at the window. But when I spoke to him, he looked up. And you must be Kirishima. I saw you made the top 5. That's impressive. He appeared taken aback, as if he hadn't anticipated any recognition for it. A half-smile flickered across his lips as he rubbed the back of his neck. Ah, thanks. Nothing compared to you, though. I mean, you broke 100 points. Still, I replied, top 5's no joke. We're all heading to the same place, right? It landed pretty well. He relaxed his stance slightly. The principal cleared his throat behind his desk before we could proceed. Grinning, he pushed up his glasses and got to his feet. His words were kind. I'm glad to see you're all getting along, he said. It's not every year we get one of our students accepted into UA, let alone 3. You've made our school incredibly proud. He looked from one of us to the other. I just wanted to call you up personally to say congratulations. You've all worked hard, and you deserve to feel proud of yourselves. UA is no easy feat, and I hope you carry that determination with you when you step onto campus. You'll be representing more than yourselves now. You'll be carrying this school's name with you, and I have no doubt you'll do it justice. He hesitated as if he wanted to stop there but was unable to do so. Who knows, he continued, chuckling slightly, perhaps I'll get to say that I knew 3 of the greatest heroes when they were just students in these halls. Grinning, he lifted a fist a little, plus ultra. We returned the echo, Kirishima a little louder than before, Ishido with her customary zeal. The principal waved us away after taking one last look around. All right, you're dismissed. Go celebrate, you've earned it. Ashido and Kirishima were right beside me as we left the principal's office. Ashido continued to bounce on her heels, still energized by the praise. Kirishima walked half a step behind, eyes down, hands in his pockets. Since we're all heading to UA, casually replied I, how about grabbing lunch together? Might as well get to know each other now before we're all tossed into the same ring. My treat, of course. Ashido smiled and spun toward me. Ooh. There's a McDonald's a few blocks down I always go to. My friends and I practically live there. Well, I declared with a small smile, lead the way. Without hesitation, she took the initiative. After a brief pause, Kirishima plunged in. Although a little reserved, he is still helpful. The sky was cool as we walked. Ashido kept the conversation going by pointing out places she liked to hang out, small spots in the neighborhood, the best convenience store for yakisoba bread, and the best streets to sneak off campus from. I followed her at a steady pace, occasionally nodding. Local snack shops didn't really matter to me, but the view wasn't exactly something I was whining about either. The way her skirt clung to her body left little room for interpretation, and her hips swayed in time with her steps. I wasn't acting like I didn't notice, and she wasn't trying to be subtle. Amid all the blood and struggle, life gives you little bursts of joy. Only idiots turn away. I would be surrounded by women like her in a perfect world, loved by the masses and coveted by the average. An untouchable hero, surrounded by beauty and bathed in glory. Meanwhile, Kirishima remained silent. He was still dazed from earlier, as if he hadn't made up his mind to be there yet. I would wait for him. He was still developing his shape, but he wasn't weak. As soon as McDonald's appeared, Ashido practically skipped ahead. My usual hangout. Don't judge me if I order like 5 things. No judgment, I uttered with ease. Future heroes need to fuel up. She smiled and hopped forward. After placing our order, we snatched up a booth by the window. Ashido stuffed himself with nuggets, fries, a McChicken, and a chocolate milkshake. Kirishima went with a Big Mac and Coke, nothing fancy. I sat across from them and ordered a spicy chicken sandwich. So, Ashido leaned forward over her tray and exclaimed, what quirks are we working with here? Ladies first, I gestured toward her. Acid, she said with a smile and finger wriggling. I can produce it from my skin. Change the thickness, how fast it melts stuff, all that. Sounds a little gross, but it's cool once you get used to it. I said, that's useful, and nodded. Strong offensively. Bet it's great for mobility too. She smiled and said, exactly, I can slide with it, like skating, but corrosive. She looked over at Kirishima. What about you? Rubbing the back of his neck, he shifted uneasily in his seat. It's just hardening. I can harden my skin, body, whatever. Makes me tougher, lets me hit harder. It's nothing special. Come on, I said as I looked him in the eyes. It isn't just nothing special. You got top 3 in the practical exam. Have some pride. Startled that I had said anything at all, he blinked. Then smiled at me in the tiniest way I had ever seen him. Yeah. Thanks. Ashido nudged him playfully. See? You're already cooler than you think. They turned to face me. I remarked, mine's a bit weird. I can absorb materials through touch, stone, steel, whatever, and take on their properties. I can use it as armor or form weapons. Whoa, exclaimed Ashido. That's awesome. I concurred, it has versatility. I can also copy a person's quirk. Kind of. If I touch someone, I absorb their quirk from them, but I can only use it at about 10% strength, and it wears off. That was accurate. For the most part. Kirishima remarked. Even 10% is crazy useful, you can do a lot with that. I said, it has its trade-offs, shrugging a little, but I make it work. Picking at fries and basking in the glory of our mutual achievement, we sat for a while. Ashido smiled, almost jumping in her chair. Still feels unreal that All Might's actually gonna be our teacher. With his fingers lightly tapping the soda in front of him, Kirishima moved in his seat. Yeah, I didn't think he'd be doing something like that, teaching. It's not exactly what you'd expect from the #1 hero, I remarked as I licked a fry. But if he's there, that means UA's raising the bar way higher than before. Ashido smiled. Exactly, like, if All Might is watching us, we can't afford to half-ass anything. One wrong move and boom, he's judging you forever. Or worse, I said with a slight smirk, he hits you with the, I'm not mad, just disappointed. That's the worst, was her response as she laughed. I noticed the tension in Kirishima's shoulders release, but he did not laugh. His hands relaxed against the table's edge as he leaned back slightly. Ashido gave a nod. Still, I think it's awesome. If we're gonna learn how to be heroes, might as well have the best watching. Shortly after, we finished up, throwing the wrappers in the garbage and venturing outside into the cool afternoon breeze. There was just enough bite to the wind to remind you that winter was far from over. The sidewalk was covered in shadows as the three of us moved slowly side by side. I turned to look at them. I said, "You two aren't bad," while keeping my hands in my pockets. "I'm glad we're starting UA together." A natural smile returned to Ashido's face. "Of course, you too." She hesitated, reached into the pocket of her blazer, and then took out her phone. "Here, take my number. We should stay in touch. High school's almost over anyway." I took it without hesitation, our fingers brushing for just a second. The screen lit up in my hand as I typed in my contact. Not a bad lunch. Some networking was completed. Links were established. Not bad at all. Kyuta Henshin's name. 18 years old, height 6 feet 0 inches or 183 centimeters, looks exactly like Ben 10. Alien Forces Kevin Levin. Kyuta, Shi T. Body absorbing absorb. Suck in Shi, Q. Ta, equals body, form transformation, henshin. Hen. Equals alteration shin, equals self, body strangeness. Absorption. Kyuta has the ability to absorb DNA. He can obtain a person's quirk by absorbing their DNA. This won't last forever. Kyuta needs to recharge because any quirk he absorbs will wear off with time or from overuse. Only a tenth of the person's abilities are gained by Kyuta whenever he absorbs their quirk. The hard cap is 10 quirks absorbed. Kyuta goes crazy as a result. His mental instability increases with the number of quirks he actively uses. His sanity will return after the quirk is exhausted. Kyuta has the ability to absorb matter from anything. Multiple materials can be absorbed simultaneously by Kyuta. He can either completely transform his body, or a portion of it, into a living version of the material, or he can coat his body, or a portion of it, in the material as armor, depending on how much of the absorbed material is available and how he distributes it. Kyuta has the ability to shapeshift his hands and feet into various tools and weapons. Kyuta can grow back lost limbs because he can regenerate and grow back any body parts that have been damaged or destroyed. As I pulled into the UA, the engine rumbled beneath me like a caged beast. Campus. It was the type of noise that caused people to turn their heads and envy the driver. With its bold emerald green exterior, twin black racing stripes, and custom wheels edged in the same color, my new car, a modern muscle car, slid into the parking lot. Like it was supposed to be, it was loud. Built for the present, with a nod to the 1970s. The UA provided free parking for students. I only needed to lower the window and show my ID to the entrance security. After a brief scan, the gate opened. With a gratifying beep, I locked the doors and parked and stepped out. The UA buildings towered, a testament to the aspirations of future heroes, with the high-tech architecture one might anticipate from the most prominent hero academy in Japan. I began to move in the direction of the main building, carrying a bag over one shoulder. My stomach rumbled. The reason I didn't skip breakfast isn't because I did. I had consumed twice as much. I stuffed myself beyond my comfort zone. It will be useful later today, though, so it's okay. As the main building appeared, students passed by like background sounds. The majority tried to hide their nervousness, while the others pretended not to be. Just beyond the doors, I paused at the bulletin board. A map with floor-by-floor color coding was tacked up. The fourth floor was occupied by Class 1A. Aside from the sporadic footsteps and faint whispers of other students, the interior hallways were spotless, well-lit, and silent. I steadily ascended the stairs, keeping an eye on the time and finding that I was still 27 minutes early. Initial impressions were important. I halted in front of a huge sliding door marked 1A when I got to the fourth floor. For those who have gigantification quirks, it must have been that large for accessibility. I slid it open after pausing for a moment to take a deep breath. Already, half of the room was occupied. I saw Momo, Todoroki, Iida, Asui, Ojiro, Shoji, Jiro, and Tokiyami in a fleeting glance. I stepped in, and they looked up. There should only be a fleeting glance and no prolonged staring. I waved casually. The gesture was only returned by Asui, Shoji, and Ojiro. Aren't they a friendly group? Since we hadn't yet been assigned seats, I moved to the back of the room and chose a desk by the window. I placed my bag next to it and took a seat. To my right, the girl behind the desk cocked her head. Her posture was impeccable, her uniform was perfectly pressed, and her long black hair was pulled back in a spiky ponytail, highlighting her body. She exuded a cool, collected demeanor that practically shouted how seriously she takes everything. "Good morning," she nodded courteously. "I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. It's nice to meet you." "Kyuda Henshin," I answered in a tone that matched hers. "How was the entrance exam?" She smiled a little. "Oh, I didn't take it. I was granted admission through recommendation." "That's impressive," I uttered with ease. "You must be an incredible student to get a recommendation for UA." A second too long, she blinked. She was obviously taken aback by the compliment, but she bounced back fast, gracefully tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "Ah, thank you. I try to study diligently," she replied. "But there's still so much to learn. Being here at UA is an opportunity I don't take lightly." I replied, "Understandable." After that, the question changed to, "So, Yaoyorozu, what's your quirk?" "It's called creation. I can produce any non-living object, as long as I understand its molecular structure. The material is made from my body's lipids, so studying chemistry, physics, and engineering are all critical for proper application." "That's respectable," I said, maintaining a casual tone with a hint of admiration. "Those are brutal subjects to master. I wouldn't be shocked if you ended up top of the class academically." I also meant it. I didn't pay anything to say it. I didn't have to be the most intelligent person present. Only the strongest. She looked away, obviously agitated. "That's kind of you to say, but I wouldn't be so sure. I'm sure many of our fellow students are intelligent and capable themselves. It's far too early to make any assumptions." I gave a casual shrug. "Maybe, but if I were betting, I'd still put my money on you. You've clearly got the work ethic, and the brains to back it up. I doubt there's much UA can throw at you that you won't be ready for." Thank you." She lowered her head a little as her cheeks became more flushed. She paused, then cocked her head and asked me a question instead. "If it's okay with you, may I ask what kind of quirk you possess, Henshin-san?" I grinned even more. "Maybe I should just show you?" Her eyes widened slightly, startled by the unexpected touch, but she didn't pull away, instead watching in curiosity as I reached out and gently took the back of her hand before she could respond. The rush I'll never get tired of came on suddenly, the familiar surge of power crawling through my veins like a second heartbeat. I released my grip and extended my hand, forming a tiny, tennis ball-sized titanium sphere from my palm as the alloy spun and hardened, landing squarely on my palm. Momo's eyes widened once more, but this time she understood what I had just done rather than being surprised. "My quirk was copied by you." "That's amazing," she said in a quiet, awe-filled voice. "You possess a very adaptable trait." Then her eyes grew piercing, a gleam of intelligence emerging. "Is it compatible with every quirk you come across? What is the duration of the effect? Do you still have all of your features?" I simply grinned. With a slight hiss, I caught a glimpse of the door sliding open once more. "Bakugo." I braced myself, expecting him to lose it the moment he saw me, perhaps to start yelling that entrance exam scores were nonsense and that he was the true number one. He stepped in with a clenched fist. However, nothing took place. Still simmering, but a little more subdued, he glanced around the room once before moving to sit in the far corner. Fascinating. Maybe even more dangerous than before. Controlled anger rather than unbridled outbursts. Shortly thereafter, the door reopened, this time with a more recognizable figure. Ashido entered, practically following her with a positive vibe, nudging Kirishima as she went in, laughing about something. He wore his anime-style hair this time. His posture was stronger and his steps were more confident, as if he had shed his insecurities sometime between our last meetings. The guy had cleaned up, and the shaggy, hesitant version I remembered was gone. Ashido looked around the room until she saw me, and then, completely unconcerned about the attention it might attract, she waved and her smile grew. In response, I held up a hand. Kirishima listened to the conversation and nodded in response. Each of them took the vacant seats just ahead of me as they moved toward the row in front of me, and Ashido turned halfway in her chair to face me as soon as they were seated. "Henshin. I had hoped you would attend our class, dude. This is going to be crazy," she said, already buzzing. I leaned back a little in my chair and said, "I'm glad you two made it." I glanced at Kirishima for a moment and said, "Your red hair looks good on you. You appear to have discovered your style at last." Rubbing the back of his neck, Kirishima laughed and said, "Hey, yeah, figured it was time to stop hiding. You know, I reinvented myself. A fresh beginning. It seemed like a manly move." Looks like it's working for you, I responded. You carry yourself better now. It's strange to see you guys in uniforms again after graduation, Ishido said, smiling and leaning slightly. It seems like a lifetime has passed since high school. Speaking of, I said, pointing to the girl at my side, this is Momo Yayorozu, Ishido, Kirishima. With a courteous nod, Momo straightened slightly in her chair and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. The three of us went to the same high school, I continued. Got called up to the principal's office together right after the exam results dropped. Three from the same school, baby, Ishido said with a proud lil salute. I refer to that as a legacy. Flashing her teeth, Kirishima chuckled and said, we're the real underdog success story. Smirking, Ishido cocked her head and said, it's funny that the guy who placed third said that to the guy who placed first. Wait, Henshin-san scored first on the entrance exam? Momo blinked. Kirishima smiled and held up a hand, saying, 83 villain points, 25 rescue points. Guy cleaned house. I was far behind that. I wouldn't say, way ahead, I said calmly, but you still have what, 74 points right? Most people can't say that much. Momo looked at me with admiration, obviously reevaluating her opinion of me. That's really amazing. I had no idea you were so powerful. Well, now you are. I grinned. Now that the room was mostly occupied, the students formed their own groups. Then there were the ones who kept to themselves, minding their own business. Tokiyami, Todoroki, Shoji, Aoyama, Ojiro, and Asui. Mineta, Kaminari, Sato, and Siro formed a group as if they had already decided their collective IQ wasn't worth splitting up. Toru and Jiro leaned toward each other, close enough that their conversation was supposed to be private. Additionally, Bakugo remained silent in his corner, leaning back in his chair with his shoes resting on the desk in front of him, his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He had not acknowledged anyone since he had sat down, instead remaining motionless like a landmine waiting for a trigger. Which took little time. Iida abruptly stood up across the room, her posture jerking into rigid attention as if someone had flipped a switch. I followed his gaze, and sure enough, it fell on Bakugo, more precisely, on his shoes. While I don't think much of it, Iida must find it offensive to classroom decorum. Exaggerated and rigid, he marched in Bakugo's direction. With one hand adjusting his glasses, he yelled, "You there," saying, "That is really disrespectful. You cannot treat the classroom or its furnishings with such disrespect. This institution is a place of honor and discipline." Bakugo opened one of his eyes. "What?" he stated bluntly. At once, "Take your feet off the desk. Are you serious now? Are you really worried about my foot location?" Iida yelled, "I am. UA is a representation of excellence and bravery. It is disrespectful to all of the students who have battled to be here to treat it like your private lounge." "Man, hop off my dick," Bakugo sneered, raising his eyebrows as if he were witnessing the birth of a new species of idiot. "All I'm doing is sitting. Taking care of my business." Iida's entire being twitched, not just his face. "That desk isn't your personal footrest. You're putting yourself at the expense of the organization that is training you. And your business ruins this place's professionalism. You don't think it's more disruptive to march across the room and yell at people?" Bakugo fired back. I wasn't shouting, sure sounded like it. The tenseness increased. Even the surrounding conversations became quiet. "Dick measuring contest in the early morning," Ishido muttered. Kirishima leaned back just enough to give me a quick look and said, "You believe those two are acquainted?" "Doubt it," I replied, "but hatred for someone is not based on their past. On occasion, opposites simply instinctively recognize one another." "His language is rather coarse," Momo sighed softly. "It's not the kind of language I would anticipate from someone starting a career." "Sure," I replied, "but for me, the other guy would irritate me more." Momo blinked. "Iida, you mean?" "I mean, imagine you're just sitting there, not bothering anyone, and someone gets in your face over your posture." I chuckled. Talk about a power trip. Once more, the door slid open. A different figure entered, his hands balled into fists, his shoulders hunched, his green hair disheveled, his eyes darting around the room as if every look could result in a slap. Midoriya Izuku. His eyes darted from desk to desk, but his entire stance changed when they found Iida and Bakugo. Without hesitation, Iida dropped his argument and turned and began to walk to Midoriya. "You mean Midoriya? I remember you from the exam," Iida said in a firm but cordial tone. "Now that you know what the real purpose of the practical is, isn't it obvious?" Well," blinked Midoriya. "I didn't realize it at the time," Iida went on, without waiting for confirmation, but in hindsight, I misinterpreted your behavior entirely. I underestimated your level of intelligence. I acknowledge that you are far better than me as a student. Midoriya's mouth opened, but nothing came out as his eyes widened. A bright voice called out from behind him before he could locate them. "Oh, that hair is curly." Ochako Uraraka walked enthusiastically into the classroom and locked onto Midoriya right away. "The one with the plain appearance is you," as President Mike stated. "You passed." "You did, of course. Your punch was fantastic." Midoriya's cheeks flushed. "Thank you, I was just moving, not really thinking." His agitated spiral went unnoticed by her. "I can't wait to meet everyone. What are we doing today? I wonder. Probably orientation. Do you think we'll get to meet the teachers? I hope they show us around the campus." She looked around and said, "I think they're all fantastic. You can gather your belongings and depart if you're here to mingle." A harsh voice sliced through the atmosphere like a scalpel. "You're obviously in the wrong program." Everyone pivoted. A figure arose just outside the doorway, slouched and expressionless, his hair a disheveled curtain over his eyes. He had been lying on the floor in a sleeping bag, invisible until now. Weary eyes that looked around the room with the indifference of someone who had already determined that most of us wouldn't survive. Aizawa Shota. Eraserhead. "Greetings from the UA, I'm Shota Aizawa," he said in a flat, unimpressed tone. "University's hero course. I'll be your primary teacher. Well done for reaching this point." He simply waited for the silence to pass before continuing, without grinning. "After I walked in, it took you 8 seconds to stop talking. That is an issue. In this profession, hesitation leads to fatalities. Go to general studies if you need a hand-holding, a warm-up speech, or a tour." His steps were slow and methodical, and he dropped a bundle of navy blue fabric onto the front desk, which unfolded slightly to reveal the UA gym uniform with its sharp white lettering cutting across the dark fabric. A carved down the legs, and a stylized U running up the torso. "Put these on. We're heading outdoors." A few people blinked, but nobody moved, not quickly enough, anyhow. Aizawa's eyes moved like a blade through the classroom. "It is important to clarify that this is not high school. You're not kids. There is no grace period. Here is a filter every day. You will all pass. However, I found that the majority of you won't." Nobody spoke. "This is your initial evaluation. I have to see who is worth my time and, more importantly, what I'm working with. Now is the time to let go of any expectations you may have had about orientation, icebreakers, or a motivational speech about dreams." He started to leave and turned toward the door. "You have to change in 15 minutes. Come to training field 1 with me. Don't even bother showing up if you're running late." Behind him, the door clicked shut. The room held its breath for a moment. Then I got up. "Well," I remarked sardonically, "he's not exactly the welcome committee. But we ought to move. I wouldn't want him to wait." Ashido stood up and gave a little laugh. "You mean? That guy sounds like he's just one bad day away from wiping us out." Next to stand, Kirishima stretched his shoulders and said, "Hard love, huh? That must be the UA manner." Momo stood with practiced grace, calm as ever, and just adjusted her blazer. Now that someone had finally relieved the tension, a few more began to get up from their seats, with movement spreading outward. As we were changing, I started to consider how I would respond to Aizawa's quirk apprehension test. I already knew exactly what I had in my arsenal, so I had a choice to make. I also had a good idea of what the majority of the other students could do, their limitations, and even ways they could use their quirks that they aren't even aware of yet. I have more quirks to absorb. The danger increases with each step. 1 at a time is easy, it hardly touches my limits. 2 begins to push the boundaries, like a second voice whispering in my head, but it's easy to ignore. 3. That's when things start to stretch thin. It's like balancing on the edge of a razor blade, knowing that the slightest slip will tear everything apart. However, there is one particular peculiarity that would turn the entire test into a highlight reel and make it a complete farce. Everyone gets 1. All Might's legacy was based on physical dominance, and even 10% of that is more than enough to slay every test. And Midoriya, poor bastard, he can't even control it yet, and he's going to blow his arm out on the first test, believing that it was worth it because he managed to stay upright. In the meantime, I'm sure I wouldn't experience the same recoil, at least not completely. The beauty of my quirk is that it's like a dozen rolled into one. I could strengthen my body before activating it, harden my muscles, and make parts of my limbs out of denser materials to brace for it. If something broke or tore, I could fix it immediately. I hesitated, though, because this test isn't about that. It would be the equivalent of bringing a cheat sheet to an exam meant to assess your critical thinking skills. Aizawa isn't here to reward raw numbers, and he won't care if I use someone else's quirk to get the highest score. He's watching how we use our quirks, and copying someone else's quirk, even if it's a function of my own, doesn't exactly scream creative identity, especially not on day one. I don't want to give that impression today. I don't need to completely outperform my classmates in the rankings just yet. I just need to make a good impression and demonstrate my competence so that everyone knows the entrance exam results weren't a coincidence. This is the first real evaluation and the first opportunity for us to demonstrate who we are beyond our test results. Still, it would appear that I'm holding back and sandbagging if I didn't use any absorbed quirk. People like Aizawa are aware of that kind of behavior. I'll make a compromise. Momo's quirk was already ingrained in me, and unlike One for All, it would not overshadow my skills, but rather highlight them. I'm not trying to be her, but I'm using what I took in a way she probably wouldn't. Creation gives me extra tools to use, things I can form and shape in ways that highlight my abilities. The angle is correct. Later on, there will be a performance that will demonstrate the extent of my quirk. The real test will be All Might's battle trial, where we will be taking on each other for the first time, facing uncertainty and real opposition. That's when I'll let loose and demonstrate my abilities, including how I move when I'm wielding multiple quirks. This is about finesse for now. As I zipped up the UA tracksuit, I saw a reflection of myself in the mirror, the navy blue material squeezing tightly over my body. The majority of the excess fat I packed this morning has already been burned off. Considering that it takes me twice as much energy to make an object half as quickly as she could, Momo's quirk works for her because she trained for it specifically and plans her diet around it. At least this will get me shredded, and I'm guessing I have enough left over for maybe 2 more things of that size, given how much that titanium ball took earlier. After adjusting my collar and giving my hand a single flex, I walked out into the hallway, my footsteps adding to the rustle of other students leaving. It's time to prove myself to them. It was an open area with field markings and dirt tracks, with the gym standing close by, trees bordering the edges, and far-off hills framing the horizon. It was all tidy and well kept. With her eyebrows knitted in that innocent little pinch of bewilderment, Uraraka held up her hand and said, "Aren't we supposed to have an entrance ceremony? Or perhaps a meeting for guidance? Some things, it seems, will never change. There's still time to transfer to the business department if you're looking for orientation and speeches," Aizawa said, clicking his tongue. "The purpose of your training is to become a pro hero. There is no time for coddling in that situation." He read out loud from a tablet. Dash of 50 meters. Strength of grip. Long jump while standing. Side steps were repeated. Throw a softball. Run a distance. Toe touch while seated. Sit-ups. The old favorites. These tests have been a part of your education since elementary school. But always within fictitious boundaries. You had been forbidden to use your quirks. The Department of Education continues to hold onto the antiquated notion that everyone is created equally and that restricting the use of quirks keeps things fair. He rolled his eyes in the slow, weary manner of a man who had given up arguing with bureaucrats years ago. It's not rational. There is power. It is a waste of time to deny it. That's only one take, after all. In any case, you're the pro hero here, Eraserhead. Perhaps it's about stifling quirk potential, or perhaps it's about preventing kids with concrete fists and fire breath from unintentionally maiming each other in gym class. Aizawa looked around the group, looking up from the tablet. He looked at me. "Henshin, I take it you did well on the entrance exam?" I gave one nod and said, "That's right. In high school, what was your best softball pitch?" Don't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it was a little over 100 meters. His tone didn't change at all, and he said, "That's above average," without seeming impressed. He grabbed a ball from a bucket nearby and threw it underhand at me, which I caught with one hand while maintaining eye contact. "Now use your quirk to try it. Take care of whatever needs to be done, as long as you remain in the circle." I crossed my classmate's line and moved in the direction of the chalk ring that was drawn on the field. Okay, I knew exactly how I was going to accomplish this. It didn't have to be high-quality material. What I had in mind required a lot of quantity, so I knelt down as I entered the circle, pressing one hand into the dirt and absorbing the dirt beneath me. I kept my actual hand the same, but my right arm began to change, not into a weapon this time, but something completely different. The forearm grew longer and longer, nearly unnaturally long, and the upper portion of my arm thickened, the elbow arcing into a curve. Like a bullwhip that could break at any time, it's the ideal shape for building momentum. It stretched far beyond the pitcher's circle. My body technically remained in bounds, but I looked at Aizawa and arched an eyebrow. Is this permitted? I suppose this still qualifies as being inside because he made no comment about it. After taking a breath and allowing the weight to settle through my legs, I stepped in the direction I wanted to go. I twisted my torso and drove my hips into the motion, causing energy to surge up the length of my warped arm. After a few seconds, my arm was slowly rising straight up to the sky, and the moment my wrist reached the top, I released the ball. With a crack that reverberated throughout the training field, the softball came loose. The ball. Missing. Totally invisible. My arm started to shrink back into its normal shape as I flexed my fingers. The recoil was rougher than I had anticipated, but the joints ached slightly. For high-torque transformations, dirt was a pretty bad material because it was brittle and crumbly. Aizawa hardly responded, continuing to stare at his tablet. You must all be aware of your greatest potential. The most logical way to gauge your potential as a future pro is to do that. He held up the tablet and turned it toward the group. Although I would like to be the first to find out, I could infer from the noises they were making that I performed well. By calling it out for me, Kaminari proved to be helpful. Yo, no way, 1179 meters. Are you serious? Would you look at that? I vaguely recall that Bakugo and Midoriya received something in the 700s, but I'm fairly certain that I outperformed them both. I wanna go, that looks like fun. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. Wow, as one might anticipate from the hero course. You're annoying the angsty teacher, which is unfortunate. So, this was enjoyable, right? Aizawa whispered. The edge was obvious, but the words were informal. Did you intend to play games and have fun for the remainder of the day? As he gave his command, a menacing grin formed on his lips. You know what, that does sound pretty nice. Everyone, including myself, enjoys games. However, without a reward, games are meaningless, and I don't have one. Therefore, avoiding a punishment will be the reward instead. The person who scores the lowest on this test is deemed to be without potential and will be immediately expelled. A few students looked around as if they had misheard. Gasps and confused muttering were heard. That's not a threat, Aizawa continued, because this is my class, I can manage it however I want. In the field, heroes don't get second chances, so I won't waste my time on unworthy individuals. I'm sure that even after he expels someone, he allows them to return to the hero course, just to demonstrate his seriousness. It was a fairly simple psychological ploy. Credit where credit is due, though, because he did a good job delivering the moment. Everyone's level of tension increased, and they all appeared slightly more serious. Fear is an extremely powerful motivator. Tokiyami, with whom I was paired for the 50-meter dash, remained silent as we approached the line. I formed a solid ball of high-carbon steel, which is more elastic than ordinary steel and has good compression strength, just enough give to store potential energy, before I stepped up to the starting line. I took it in instantly, sending the substance down into my legs, which became springs as my thighs and calves stretched. With its sensors locked on us, the testing robot's mechanical voice called out from its tripod, on your mark. With every second that passed, the compressed force stacked as I squatted down and pushed my weight into the springs. I had to give myself a proper angle here, low enough to create horizontal momentum but high enough to avoid face planting. I felt that this angle was ideal, and I calculated that it was roughly a 25-degree launch arc. Right hand forward, left spring leg back. Get set, my body was tense, my breath was held, and my focus was razor sharp. Beep. When the starting signal came, I let go of everything. My legs' springs exploded, and I launched forward with a metallic snap echoing behind me. The field blurred, the wind roared in my ears, and it wasn't until I had crossed the line that my feet touched the ground. It was like being fired from a cannon. Skidding to a stop, I converted the springs back to steel legs. 1.73 seconds. More than a full second faster than Ida's 3.04. This time I felt no recoil at all, and I rolled my shoulders, allowing the steel to dissolve. Grip strength was next. The dynamometers were already set up for us when we moved into the adjacent training gym. I started absorbing the material into my body, channeling it into my right arm, layer by layer, using the same titanium alloy ball I'd made earlier as a demonstration for Momo. Not enough yet. After a while, I continued to draw more material into the limb, reshaping it as I went, until the structure resembled a crab. My fingers fused together, the wrist narrowed, and joints locked and shifted. My hand was replaced by a titanium pincer claw by the time I was done. I took the initiative when it was my turn and clamped the claw over the dynamometer. The device recorded the outcome and beeped, 467 kilos. Not as much as I anticipated. With my claw already turning back into a hand, I let go of the handle and took a step back. The standing long jump was the third test. The only thing I changed from the 50-meter dash setup was the angle. I leaned back a little more, adjusting it to about 45 degrees for the best lift and distance. The springs performed as intended when I launched, allowing me to clear the entire sandbox without even coming into contact with the edge. The repeated side steps came next. Since none of the upcoming tests seemed to require any special materials that I didn't already have, I was fairly certain that I wouldn't need to save any more energy for Momo's quirk, so I used it to make a solid rubber ball. In order to keep myself light and quick without losing control, I absorbed the material and directed it into my legs, making them springier and giving them just enough bounce. With the exception of Mineta, who used his quirk to ricochet himself between the lines, most of the others had no real advantage here, so I ended up with one of the best scores. We arrived at the main function, the throw of the ball. My own score had already been surpassed twice. Once by Uraraka, who took the gravity off of her softball and threw it into the air until the sensor capped it with a blinking infinity symbol, and once by Yaoyorozu, who made a cannon and threw it more than 1,500 meters. Midoriya's turn came now. I already knew what Aizawa was saying, and he was standing directly beside Midoriya, talking quietly enough for none of us to hear. By this time, the majority of the class was beginning to calm down, the worst of the pressure had subsided, and a few good scores here and there had given people confidence. Those who were still perspiring were those who hadn't yet received a good score in anything. All three of them had quirks that didn't apply well to these kinds of trials, or perhaps they hadn't figured them out yet. I had some ideas for how Kaminari could use his quirk. Kaminari appeared nervous, and Jiro kept flicking her fingers against her ears. Hagakure? It's hard to tell with her, but the jitter in her voice earlier wasn't subtle. Hey! A recognizable voice called. Ashido ran over, Kirishima following a few paces behind, and she flashed me a dazzling smile. Out here, you and Yaoyorozu are killing it. To be honest, I believe one of you could win. Kirishima grinned broadly and nodded. Yes, it's very manly. Every test you both ace makes me want to work even harder. I smiled slightly at them and looked at Yaoyorozu, who was standing nearby, and she made a slight bow of her head, calm as ever. Ashido-san and Kirishima-san, thank you. I've simply been trying my hardest. However, I couldn't help but notice that you were using my quirk earlier, didn't you, Henshin-san? I thought I might as well use it since I had already absorbed it. Yaoyorozu, our quirks go well together. I hope it's okay with you. Not at all, she said, shaking her head. I was just wondering. It's intriguing to observe how another person modifies it. A sharp whoosh of a throw brought me back to the field before I could say anything else. It was Midoriya who threw 705.3 meters, surpassing Bakugo's 705.2 meter score. I think this was the most angry I've seen Bakugo yet, even more so than when Iida was lecturing him or when he threw the ball and it didn't even come close to my outcome. He looked like he might actually blow up this time, and the anger radiated off him in waves, sharp and unfiltered. Ashido whistled softly. Whoa. He was a serious contender for last, in my opinion. However, he should rise in the rankings as a result of that score. I waited for Midoriya to shake out his arm before responding. Take a look at his finger, I said finally. He broke it with that throw. Her gaze expanded. He'll have to do the next 3 tests while dealing with the pain, I continued. That's rough, Kirishima said, squinting his eyes and letting out a little gasp under his breath. But good for him for persevering. It's not simple. We watched Midoriya return to the group, cradling his hand but keeping his expression steady. Whatever else he was dealing with, he wasn't going to fold now. After that, the last phase of testing started. The distance run, which was undoubtedly the most annoying part of the day, came next. Since the force produced by the spring leg trick that helped me pass the 50-meter dash and the standing long jump is too explosive and not designed for repeated motion, I absorbed the rubber I made for the repeated side steps and changed my legs once more, this time aiming for elasticity and energy retention. Even so, distance running isn't really my forte. It worked okay enough, with each stride rebounding a little lighter. This was the first time I didn't dominate, but I still finished above average. I was in the middle of the pack, which was tolerable but annoying. The seated toe touch followed, the easiest one of the day, really. I leaned forward, sat with my legs out in front of me, and instead of stretching, I absorbed some of the flooring material and ran it through my arms. extending my fingertips a few inches. Sit-ups came last, and I wasn't going to end things lazily. I began by doing another full-body rubber transformation to increase my hip and lower back flexibility, and then I added something extra. In order to prevent energy waste from wobbling all over the mat, I absorbed some titanium and formed it into a compression belt around my midsection, which served as a stabilizer, keeping my posture tight and assisting in the rebounding of each representative. That was that, then. It was the end of the quirk apprehension test. Before the test even started, I was pretty sure I would place in the top 3, unless someone had a sudden quirk awakening in the middle of the test. I relaxed my shoulders a little, letting the last of the tension go. Bakugo and Todoroki both had solid showings, but I'm confident I edged them out, and Momo might have actually beaten me. Her quirk gave her a perfect edge in this type of environment. She could fabricate the best tool for every test. A cannon for the ball throw. A trampoline for the long jump. There wasn't a single event she didn't get a top 3 placement in. After Midoriya's performance, I even thought about throwing the ball again. His one-finger shot, which was only good enough to top Bakugo, landed at 705.3 meters. I could have used a full arm if I had reinforced my body first. I could have buried that ball in orbit if I had taken one for all from him. Actually, double is probably an understatement. However, that would have been a waste. Kicking someone who is already down has no glory. If I used Midoriya's own quirk to get him up, it would just look petty, desperate, even, and people would remember that, not in the way I want them to. So I refrained. That's enough for today, said Aizawa, taking a tablet in one hand and speaking in his usual dry tone. You have been ranked from highest to lowest after I totaled your results. Most of you probably have an idea of how you performed by now. I'll just display the entire list since it would be pointless to go over each person separately. He gave his tablet a tap. The rankings were projected into the air above us by a blue holographic display that flickered to life above him. Quick comprehension outcomes from the UA Hero course. 1. Henshin Kyuta 2. Yaoyorozu Momo 3. Todoroki Shoto. 4. Bakugo Katsuki 5. Iida Tenya 6. Tokiyami Fumikage. 7. Shoji Mezzo 8. Ojiro Mashirao 9. Kirishima Eijiro. 10. Ashido Mina 11. Uraraka Ochako 12. Sato Rikido. 13. Asui Suyu 14. Aoyama Yuga 15. Shiro Honta. 16. Kaminari Denki 17. Jiro Kyoka 18. Hagakure Toru. 19. Mineta Minoru 20. Midoriya Izuku. For a moment, I gazed at the rankings. Oh, that was fascinating. I thought I would land high, but I didn't think I would beat Momo. She was at the top of almost every category, and her cannon shot smashed my ball throw. Why was I ranked higher than her? In my opinion, Midoriya outperformed the 4 individuals above him. Jiro, Hagakure, and Kaminari didn't really accomplish anything noteworthy, and aside from his one performance, Mineta was simply inferior to him. Midoriya had one outstanding score, and even if the others were mediocre, he shouldn't have died last. However, I was already aware that this was not about unrefined performance. The application was being assessed by Aizawa. While it was impressive, Momo's use of her creation quirk to create the best tools for each test was linear, which isn't bad given that she had one of the best performances. In the meantime, I employed a transformation quirk in ways they hadn't anticipated, and if you think about it, I was displaying my quirk in ways that weren't immediately apparent. And that's probably what Aizawa was keeping an eye out for. They had been bracing for the worst, and they knew exactly how close they'd come. A soft chorus of exhaled breaths filled the field, and Jiro lowered her head in relief. Kaminari almost fell backward, and Hagakure's voice piped up with a shaky, "Phew," despite the fact that no one could see her. Mineta appeared to have just escaped death. Regarding Midoriya, cradling his busted hand, he stood silently at the rear of the group, his expression neutral, but it was obvious from the distance in his eyes. Aizawa flicked his wrist to turn off the screen. Oh, and by the way, I lied. The class froze in half. No one is being kicked out. To make sure you gave it your all, that was a logical lie. A beat of stunned silence fell. His face then twisted into something crazy. Bloodshot, wide eyes, and a grin that was far too content for someone who had just confessed to lying to a group of anxious teenagers. The other half of the class just looked tired, and I think half of them wanted to punch him. That's it, he said, his face going blank once more. Go home and get a syllabus from the classroom. You'll have to research it. It will be worse tomorrow. Aizawa didn't believe in formalities, so after he dismissed us, we all went back to Class 1A's room to pick up our syllabus from the stack he had thrown on the front desk and left without saying anything. 1 minute we were threatened with expulsion, and the next we were told to pick up a packet and go. In any case, it works for me. Right now, Ashido, Kirishima, Momo, and I were leaving the building with our syllabuses in hand. As we walked, I glanced over mine. It was a vague outline rather than a plan, listing broad categories such as quirk application, combat drills, and rescue operations, but without any specifics. A note near the bottom made it clear that Aizawa, as our main instructor, would decide on the specifics and course of our training. Additionally, a secondary faculty member assigned to Foundational Heroics, whom we would occasionally see throughout the term, was mentioned briefly but with no name, just a placeholder title. I suspected that I knew who it was. However, I was particularly drawn to one particular passage. Hero Law. Midnight is the instructor. That was perhaps the most crucial of all the non-combat classes. You can't be a hero if you don't know where the line is, because the media will crucify you for a few more clicks and headlines the moment you cross it, regardless of how many lives you saved. As we strolled, Ashido leaned over my shoulder and asked, "Which class are you really eyeing?" Hero Law, I uttered, my tone betraying my interest. "Oh, the class of Midnight. The one who has the..." I was just comparing it to the other Gen Ed classes, she began, but I interrupted her before she could elaborate. English with present mic, math with ectoplasm. Hero Law seems to be the most pertinent course we have this semester, but I suppose English is helpful if you intend to work abroad. I shrugged inwardly. The worst part wouldn't be the view either. Momo exhaled next to me, obviously attempting to ignore the turn the conversation nearly took. A second later, Kirishima jumped in. Talking about training, I asked Aizawa-sensei if I could use the gym after hours. "As long as we don't break anything," he said, "it's okay." Ashido became alert. "Good. When we passed that location earlier, it appeared to be very modern. I'm considering giving it a look shortly. To be honest, I feel like I need to start working harder to improve my results after today's tests." I lifted the hem of my shirt and said, "Speaking of results, check this out." My abs were sharper than ever, the last remnants of fat had long since disappeared, and my muscles were nicely defined, as if someone had used a chisel to sculpt them in. Kirishima's mouth fell open. "Dude, holy shit. That must be 8% of body fat. It may even be less." "Wait, but my quirk doesn't burn through fat that quickly," Momo said, turning toward me and tilting her head slightly. "Furthermore, I didn't even witness you using it frequently." I shrugged, keeping the shirt in place. "Ah, right. I never mentioned the downside. When I copy a quirk, I don't get the full version. It's maybe 10% of the original, and it doesn't last forever." I saw the pink creeping into her cheeks as she looked away once more, but I chose not to call attention to it. I suppose the view was a little annoying. "I see. So the output is lower, but the cost stays the same. Meaning you're using up significantly more fat for much less creation." "Exactly." Ashido gave off a long, low hum that was almost a purr. Her gaze swept across my torso before returning to the top. She made no effort to be subtle. Slowly, her tongue moved over her lower lip. There was no attempt at nuance. She could as well have blown a whistle. Like we had just made a blood pact, Kirishima put a hand on my shoulder and clapped. "That's awesome, man. So manly. Actually, screw waiting. I'm heading to the gym right now. You guys in?" Momo smiled courteously. "I'm afraid I have some responsibilities at home. I won't be able to stay, but thank you for the invitation." Using Yaoyorozu's quirk drained me more than I expected, I replied. "I'm heading out to get something to eat. You know how it is, I need to refuel now." Ashido parted her lips, then held back. Her tone was light as she said, "Ah, I'd love to. But I've got plans. Besides, I'm sore all over. Guess I'll take the excuse to be lazy today." Kirishima shrugged her shoulders, not taking it personally. "Fair enough. Still, someone's got a break in the gym. I'll get a feel for the place." I said, "Let me know how it is, I'll join you next time." "Hell yeah, bro." Then we were alone, the three of us. "So, how are you getting home?" Ashido asked, extending her arms behind her head before giving me a sidelong glance. "Driving. I got a new car. Ooh, fancy. Meanwhile, I get to enjoy the wonderful experience of public transportation." Without warning, Yaoyorozu said, "I could ask my driver to take you," in a slightly more upbeat tone than usual. "It wouldn't be any trouble at all. I mean, if it's on the way." Ashido blinked. "Driver? Yes, Momo said, nodding slightly while maintaining an even tone despite a slight tightness in her posture. He's already on his way. I could just call him and let him know to make a quick stop for you. With a smile, Ashido shook her head. Thanks, but I think I'll pass. That's super nice of you, though. Momo gave us both a courteous smile but gave a somewhat rigid nod. I'll see you tomorrow, then. Then she turned and left. Ashido tilted her head amusedly as she watched her leave. Driver, she said quietly again. Her family must be pretty wealthy, I replied. Right? She does give off that whole high-class upbringing vibe. You think she was trying to flex on me? I gave a headshake. Nah, she doesn't seem like the type. I think she just got a little excited about helping out. Makes sense. We headed in the direction of the parking lot. Without asking, she fell into step next to me. The sunlight glinted off the polished surface of my car, which was parked close to the far end. She blew a whistle. Damn, that thing's a beast. Glad you approve. I could feel her eyes moving toward the driver's side, not just the car itself, but in the general direction of the vehicle. I looked back over my shoulder as I was about to make 2 clicks on the unlock button. Incidentally, I said, a grin tugging at the corner of my mouth, I assumed you said you commute. Why are you following me out here? With a playful twinkle in her eyes, she leaned her weight onto one hip and crossed her arms. Wow. You catch me walking with you and suddenly I'm following you? Can't a girl just enjoy the view while it lasts? I put a casual hand on the car's roof and tilted my head. Didn't know you were such an enthusiast. As she approached, her gaze swept over me and she said, I'm not, but I have good taste, very good taste. After staring at her for a moment, I opened the driver's side door. So what I'm hearing is you're inviting yourself in. Her head was tilted. Are you telling me you don't want me in your car? I didn't say that. She said, good, and settled herself into the passenger seat as if she had always been there, because I'm already comfortable. With a firm click, my house's front door closed behind us. Ashido was the first to enter, heels in one hand, still sporting her knee-length black socks and her UA uniform. Her gaze glanced around the area. Wow. This place is kinda plain. Like, aggressively normal. You got something against decorations? I threw my keys on the counter and remarked, there's never been a need, it's just me and my dad living here. But he's always out working late, and even if he was home, he wouldn't care. Must be quiet most nights. Usually. As I entered the kitchen and took a bottle of water out of the refrigerator, her gaze remained fixed on me. I leaned against the counter, twisted it open, and took a long gulp. Her arms were crossed. So, you do this often? I looked at her after using the back of my hand to wipe my mouth. Bringing girls over? Nah. She raised her eyebrows slightly at that response, but she didn't challenge it. Rather, she closed the distance between us as if it didn't exist. Guess I'm lucky, then. Or maybe just hot enough to be the exception. Both can be true. She grabbed my tie and looped her fingers around it once, then pulled. Then stopped making me work for it. I didn't require another invitation. I intervened, kissed her, and cupped her jaw. Without hesitation, she pressed herself against my chest and leaned heavily into me, curling her fingers into my uniform. As if it were inevitable, we shared a kiss. From the beginning, every movement of our breath and every touch of our lips had been loaded. Her breath was erratic as she broke it off first. Without trying to disguise her intentions, she asked, your room? This way. Before we even made it to the doorway, her hands were already working at the buttons of my shirt. I pushed her back against the bed's edge by the time we entered, and her smile was wild. Her necktie fell to the ground. Next, mine. She didn't hesitate to express her desires. She whispered, you're cut, as she ran her fingers down my abs. I've been wanting to play with these since I saw them. I arched an eyebrow. Regretting anything? She touched my neck with her lips. Only that we didn't do this sooner. Next was her shirt. Mine came next, her bra. She drew me closer as her legs encircled my waist and her socks brushed warm against my sides. I gave her another, more intense kiss. For a while, we lay quietly on the bed. The only sounds were our quiet breathing and the hum of the air conditioner, and our clothes were all over the floor. Mina was lying on her side, her head resting on my arm while she used one finger to idly draw tiny circles across my chest. Her socks were still on, and her legs were entangled with mine. It didn't bother me. With a whisper, I can feel your heartbeat, she said. I took a while to reply. It was cozy. Comfortable, but not romantically intimate. There is no pressure. No awkwardness. Just two individuals celebrating a wise choice. So, I finally said, my gaze still fixed on the ceiling. What is this, exactly? Mina took a moment to respond. She lowered her head a little and pressed her cheek against my forearm as her fingers stopped moving. What do you mean? The words, I mean, came out of my nose. We've been flirty, hung out a lot before it was started. Now we've had sex. I just want to know where we stand. The room was filled with curiosity rather than tension. After I asked, she appeared more at ease, if anything. With a long, satisfied sigh, she turned over on her back, arms outstretched above her head. I don't want anything serious, not right now. Not your thing? She gave a shrug. I think you're hot, and you think I'm hot. That's fair. So we'll hang out, she said, blinking at me, and we'll fuck whenever we feel like it. After blinking, I let out a little laugh. So what, you want a friends with benefits thing? You make it sound so formal. Just clarifying. She draped her arm across my stomach and turned back onto her side. As long as it doesn't get weird, I'm down. You cool with that? After a brief pause, I nodded. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Her smile wasn't flirtatious or sly. Just satisfied. Good, she uttered quietly. In an instant, the matter was resolved. It had been amazing yesterday. When Dad got home, he didn't seem to care that Mina had spent the night. Looked at her, looked at me, and then, as if it were a weather report, asked how school was going. I assured him that everything was good and that I was doing well. Mina couldn't stop there, though. He got first in Aizawa-sensei's quirk test, she added smugly, as if she couldn't help but boast on my behalf. Dad gave me a nod of acknowledgement and blinked, which was more of a reaction than usual, to be honest, before disappearing into his room to microwave leftovers. In any case, the fact that he was even somewhat interested was almost a miracle. I took Mina to UA this morning by car. In order for her to change into a clean uniform, we had to first stop by her place. She took about 15 minutes to get out of my car in a new uniform after I waited for her. We arrived on campus 7 minutes early. When we got there, the rest of the class was already inside. Before making her way to an open desk close to the front, Mina winked at me. We parted ways because there were no seats available next to her or in the back, where I would have preferred to sit. I settled into a second-row seat. Ciro on my left, Sato on my right. After 2 minutes, the door slammed open with the force of a real gust of wind. Good morning, Class 1A, exclaimed President Mike in English, sounding almost bursting with enthusiasm. The volume made a few students wince, but nobody answered. He gave us finger guns and changed to Japanese, unfazed by the silence. This is English class. That means we'll speak in English only, no Japanese at all. Don't worry about mistakes, I won't penalize anyone for them. Just give it your best effort. Oh no, not one of those educators. This is similar to the Spanish classes I took in my previous life. Teachers who pretended that it was a crime against humanity to speak in your mother tongue. Every time it happened, half the class would try to mime simple sentences, which was always uncomfortable and awkward. I was already fluent in the language we were learning over here, so in retrospect, those were terrible because I was learning a new language. Not just high school fluent, either. Having spent a lifetime speaking only English, it was the whole thing. This class was essentially free for me. I wouldn't have any trouble. President Mike gave a single hand clap. Let's start with something easy. Self-introductions. 1 sentence. Just tell us your name and something you like. He was referring to the first row. The pupils appeared as though they had just been shot. Ever the overachiever, Iida set his glasses and got to work. He said, "My name is Tenya Iida," in a strong accent. I like engine. Mike, who was present, gave him 2 thumbs up. Awesome energy, brother. But hey, small correction, it's engines. Plural, my man. Iida nodded formally and started writing the fix down in his notes. There were a few more introductions. Asui's was brief but intelligible. My name is Suyu Asui. I like frogs. Then Kaminari arrived. Not sure if that was a word, he looked around and said, my, name, Kaminari Denki. I like, thunder? It sounded more like, Sunda, when he said, thunder, but it was only an accent. President Mike clapped him on the back in encouragement. Right word, buddy, but own it next time. It was Sato's turn after that. He said, my name is Rikido Sato, slowly. I like baking sweets for my friends. Saying, yes. Cake is good, Ciro tried to speak in English. President Mike smiled. Yes, sweets bring heroes together. It was then my turn. I straightened my posture a little. With English as natural as breathing, I said, "Hello, my name is Kyuta Henshin," with ease. Just like my fellow classmates, I'm an aspiring hero. And an activity I enjoy is exercising at the gym. Mike, who was present, raised his eyebrows. "Oh, we got a native speaker in the house? Let's go." Some of the students looked at me. I wasn't shy about enjoying it, and I didn't mind the attention, but it was one of the first times the difficulty curve of a foreign language class swung in my favor. Like a quiz show host, present Mike moved between desks as the lesson progressed, delivering brief scenario questions and vocabulary prompts. Despite his unrelenting energy, the pacing was effective. Ciro persevered patiently, but he always seemed to be 2 steps behind. Sato was able to respond with basic responses, but once he faltered when attempting to say, "My hobby includes baking and eating desserts." I tapped his paper while bending over. "You want to say, 'My hobbies include baking,' not 'hobby.' The reason is that 'hobby' is singular, and when you talk about more than one thing, like baking and eating, you need to use 'hobbies' because it's plural." Silently, he scratched it out and said, "Thanks." Ciro took a quick look at my notebook and modified his own responses accordingly. I began writing a bit more slowly than usual so he could keep up, but I said nothing. At one point, I looked at Mina. She was seated a row ahead of me and was pointing to her blank worksheet while mouthing the words, "Help me," in a very dramatic English accent. I simply arched an eyebrow. Slumping forward, she drew a dejected face in her paper's margin. The class went on for almost 2 hours. We engaged in small group discussions, translations, and a vocabulary game that, when it began to speed up, sent the room into a frenzy. Present Mike actually kept things going despite his loudness and frantic energy. By the end of it, he had everyone speaking at least a little more confidently, corrected without shame, and commended even the weakest efforts. Even though his methods felt like hosting a radio show, it was clear that he genuinely wanted the class to learn. I had 2 complete pages of well-organized, accurate responses when the bell eventually rang. The majority of the class appeared worn out. While the others stretched their backs or moaned, I packed up my belongings. Ciro nodded in agreement with me. Sato smiled wearily as he handed in his paper. As we left, Mina gave me a look as if I owed her tutoring. That wouldn't bother me in the least. Today is just one more class, and there was going to be a lot more action and a lot less talk in that one. In between classes, we had an hour-long lunch break. The cafeteria was enormous, and the tall windows let in plenty of natural light. The area was divided by rows of booths, each surrounded by greenery and occupied by students from various departments. With employees who had obviously done this thousands of times, the line moved quickly. I picked up my plate, which contained only hot white rice and crispy chicken katsudon. It was only 750 yen, and it smelled and looked better than most takeout places. I moved over and slid into the seat next to him after noticing Kirishima and Mina already seated at a booth close to the center of the room. Kirishima's tray appeared to be mostly beef with a small amount of rice for garnish, and Mina was already halfway through a plate of fried shrimp. "God, how is this so good?" Mina muttered as she bit into it, barely holding back a groan. "I'd pay actual money for this. Like, real money." I remarked, "You did pay money, yeah, but like only 1,000 yen, food this good would cost triple that anywhere else." The enormous bite was swallowed by Kirishima. "Man, Lunch Rush is a legend. This is the real reason I came to UA." I smirked and said, "I thought you were gonna be a manly hero?" "That too. But like, a shredded hero with good food standards." Last to arrive, Momo sat down beside Mina. A small portion of rice, grilled salmon, steamed vegetables, and a cut fruit were all on her tray. She gracefully picked up her chopsticks after folding her napkin. She confessed, "I'm surprised the food here is so good. I wasn't sure what to expect from a school cafeteria." Mina popped another shrimp into her mouth and remarked, "It must be a quirk. Lunch rushes. He's literally a cooking speedster." Momo used a napkin to pat her lips. "It wouldn't surprise me. Everything in UA has been more efficient than I expected, even English class from earlier." She looked at me. I thought present Mike would be harder to follow, but he was surprisingly methodical. I remarked, "You did quite well. I noticed a lot of students were struggling in that class." She smiled slightly at me. "I studied abroad briefly when I was younger, and one of my tutors was American." It made sense. When Mina added, "Kyuta was nuts, though, you sounded like a full-on native speaker." "Guess I'm just good with languages." Momo's head cocked. "Did you grow up overseas?" I gave a headshake. "Nah. Just picked it up early." According to Mina, who was pointing her chopsticks at me, I wish I had picked up anything earlier. I was sitting there losing a fight to a worksheet while you looked like you could have taught the class. Kirishima chuckled. Well, now we know who to bother when we need help cramming. After the initial excitement subsided and our trays were largely empty, Kirishima leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. You know, I'm hyped for what Aizawa-sensei's got planned for us next. The guy's intense, but he definitely knows what he's doing. Momo gave a nod. Our schedule lists today's afternoon class as Foundational Hero Studies. Sounds serious, said Mina. Is that, like, the real hero stuff? Hard to say, was my response. Could be training, but it could also be lectures. Kirishima inquired, anyone know who's teaching it? Momo gave a headshake. The schedule didn't specify. Mina said, think it could be Eraserhead again? Momo gave a small shake of her head. That seems unlikely. The syllabus mentioned an unnamed instructor for that subject, so it's probably not Aizawa-sensei. Well, whoever it is, I hope it's someone badass, Kirishima yelled, putting her fist up. I checked the time. Our class in the afternoon is another half-hour away. I got up and picked up my tray. I'm gonna go for a short walk. Need to stretch a bit before the next round of whatever insanity Aizawa's cooked up. Don't get lost, Mina said with a quick smile. Kirishima went on, you don't want to miss the surprise teacher reveal. No worries, I'll be back in time. I threw away my tray and went into the corridor. It was quieter in the hallways outside the cafeteria. The majority of students lounged in the areas close to their departments or hung out in the food court. I passed a few without really knowing where I was going. Studies of Foundational Heroes all might should take that class. We're doing our battle training today, if I'm correct. The anime's 2v2s, most likely. One group protects a fictitious bomb while playing the villains. In an attempt to stop them, the opposing team plays the role of heroes. I had mentally rehearsed the situation a dozen times already. There wouldn't be any issues. I believe I have an advantage over every student in the class. Todoroki is probably the tough matchup I would choose. I would need to use my cunning to get close to him because of his long-range ice spam, and even then, if I didn't counter quickly enough, he could keep me pinned. I would still prevail, he would just make me work for it. I discovered as I was walking that I had found myself in the support department wing. This place had more of an industrial feel to it, with rooms featuring reinforced doors. Then there was a blast. What on earth? I couldn't recall any significant events that were scheduled for today. Nothing that actually involved detonations, anyway. Smoke billowed from a set of heavy, gray double doors as I turned the corner. Smoke was curling out from the edges of solid steel that was nearly closed. I grabbed the handle and ran to the double doors. As soon as I opened them, a stream of hot, pungent smoke poured out. As it passed through the mist, a dark figure coughed. The smoke cleared gradually. As if it were part of her entrance, she stepped out through the smoke. Goggles were pushed up over her forehead, and her salmon-pink hair was arranged in thick dreadlocks that fanned outward. She was dressed in a utility belt full of tools, dark gray coveralls tied around her waist, and a black tank top that fit her mature frame. Hatsume Mei. Sweat trickled down her brow as her face flushed from the heat. She used the back of her wrist to wipe it off. Muttering, "Phew," she said. Then she looked up at me, smiling as if she hadn't just blown herself up. "Bit more power than I expected," she said. "Hey, who are you, big guy? I've never seen you in Class 1H. Kyuta Henshin. Hero course. Oh, you're the one who put in the request for the absorption belt and compacted metal. Finally get to meet the guy I've been building for. I was a little surprised by that. You're working on my support gear?" She walked forward and said, "Duh, Powerloader assigned me your file yesterday. I begged him for anything better to work on. There was already a prototype finished, but it was super lame. Clunky, big, totally not worthy of the hero course." She motioned for me to follow, and I thought, wait a minute, isn't that the top scorer? No better way to show off what my babies can do. If you wear one of my babies, people are gonna notice. So I stayed late, scrapped the whole compression method, and rebuilt it overnight. Got everything ultra compacted without losing integrity. I trailed after her into the workshop, where a slight haze clung to the ceiling and the air still smelled strongly of charred metal. A broken stool, a scorched testing dummy crumpled and blackened against the wall, and a disassembled drone smoldering in the corner made the room appear to be a complete mess. May hid beneath a jumbled table, searched for a moment, and then emerged holding a heavy belt. "Here it is. Each segment is loaded with a different material, all compressed for max density and optimized absorption rate. Figured someone with a quirk like yours needs quick switch options. She handed the belt to me. It appeared lighter than it actually was. Oh, and Power Loader let me help fabricate the ultra-dense metal you requested too. It's on the bench over there. That stuff's packed tight, way better than any other metal you can get. Ready to give it a try. I wrapped the belt around my waist. You built this fast. I didn't realize the support gear would be ready so soon. I don't waste time when it's something interesting. Besides, I needed a break from babysitting the engineers in my own class. Those scrubs want to do things slow and steady. That's so boring. She was leaning in excessively. So, wanna help me stress test my babies? Hatsume. A distant voice yelled. The screech of the door swinging wider was followed by the clanking of heavy boots on the tile floor. Dust-covered and clearly irritated, Power Loader entered the room. Is everything ready? Class 1A needs their gear for training. You're not still tweaking things, are you? When he saw me standing there with the belt already fastened across my waist, he stopped in his tracks. You're from Class 1A. What are you doing in here? I heard an explosion while I was taking a walk. I thought I'd check it out, just in case someone needed help. With a grunt, Power Loader rubbed his nose bridge under the helmet's edge. I told her to work carefully in here. We've got support gear stacked everywhere. One miscalculation and half the department's backlog goes up in smoke. May shouted happily behind me. Besides, only one dummy caught fire this time. I mostly avoided the sensitive stuff. Mostly isn't good enough. He breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, you've got your own schedule to worry about. Foundational Hero Studies starts soon, right? You should get there. I hear it'll be an interesting class. I nodded to him. I'll head there now. He glanced down at the belt around my waist and said, Good. Don't be late. And don't go testing anything without supervision, Hatsume. I don't want to give Recovery Girl an emergency call. May simply waved a wrench and smiled. No promises. After returning the belt to May, I decided it was time to go. Halfway back under the workbench, she gave me the thumbs up as I turned to head for the exit. Catch you later, Henshin. Don't break my baby without me. With 3 minutes to spare, I slipped into the classroom. Mina and Momo were to my right, and Kirishima had reserved a seat for me in the third row. Bakugo, Kaminari, and Siro lounged in the back row behind us, while Jiro sat to Momo's right. Kirishima said, Yo, dude, and, cutting it close, huh? I took a seat. Just took a walk. Ended up in the support department wing and made some interesting discoveries. Like what? Well, I don't know if you requested any support gear, but I did. Turns out mine's already done. I also met Power Loader there, and he hinted that this class is going to be really interesting. Kirishima's eyebrow went up. What's that supposed to mean? Ha 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 ha. Our conversation was interrupted by a sudden outburst of laughter that came from the hallway. I am. With dramatic force, the door exploded open, coming through the door like a normal person. In actuality, All Might did not enter in a typical manner. His cape flowed behind him from the speed of his entrance as he struck a full-fledged heroic pose at the entrance. The room froze, then burst into whispered excitement and amazement. Whoa, Kirishima whispered to himself. Power Loader seriously undersold this. With his trademark smile, All Might walked confidently to the front of the class. Welcome to the most important class at UA, Foundational Hero Studies. Think of it as Harrowing 101. Here, you'll learn what it means to stand tall as a pro, and to fight in the name of justice. He displayed a card bearing the word, Battle, in large red letters while flexing his enormous bicep. Let's dive in. Today's lesson will pull no punches. Then he spun dramatically and gestured toward the wall. But one of the keys to being a great hero is looking good while doing it. 20 mail cases, each bearing a student's last name, rose from a concealed panel along the wall. All Might pointed at, and a mechanical rumble filled the room. Costumes, the students yelled almost simultaneously. All Might grinned more broadly. Exactly. These were made to match your quirks and the gear requests you submitted before school started. Suit up, then meet me at ground beta. As students rushed for their cases and chairs scraped back, the classroom practically hummed with activity. Half the class practically tripped over themselves in anticipation of seeing what had been prepared for them, and there was an immediate rush toward the locker rooms. Though not exactly rushing, I followed the crowd because I was curious. The briefcase hissed open as I entered my ID, revealing everything I had requested. The clothing itself comes first. A pair of baggy black cargo pants with several secret pockets sewn into the calves and thighs. It was rather simple, but that wasn't the main point. The high ankle boots followed. When necessary, I was able to absorb material straight through my feet thanks to the retractable soles that were integrated into the base. The support belt came next. It was the same one May had shown me earlier, with thick rubber, copper, tungsten, and steel strips dividing it. Now that it was integrated with my entire gear loadout, it looked even better. The raw materials come last. I made the decision that I would not wear a top. I had made the decision to use my quirk as the costume rather than a full upper garment. I wanted my power to be visible to everyone. It was something no one else could do. I began by soaking up May's high-density metal. The black alloy covered most of my right arm and torso. Shaped and curved to fit every muscle curve, it clung to my body like liquid armor, making me appear statue-like. The titanium followed. My left arm was lined with a pale silver metal that blended in perfectly with the black alloy that covered my torso. It had a smoother, more refined appearance thanks to the sharp lines that ran across the right side of my face and up the side of my neck. Lastly, a synthetic diamond was applied to my hair and the rest of my face to give it more presence. There wasn't enough of it for me to use as a weapon or armor. However, that wasn't the goal anyhow. Its purpose was to capture the light, to refract, reflect, attract attention, and create an unavoidable image. Every time the head is turned, there is a shimmer. I am here, is my own way of saying it. We wore our new hero costumes when we got to Ground Beta. Ground Beta was a training program that replicated a typical urban setting, complete with streets and structures. Today's lesson is battle training. His voice boomed. You'll be split into teams of 2. However, the important part is that there's no robots you can just beat up. This time, you'll be battling against your classmates. All Might describe the training's methodology. For 2-on-2 games, we would be divided into 2-person teams, with one group playing the role of heroes and the other as villains. The hero's task was to stop the villain team from using a nuclear weapon. One team would pretend to be villains and be positioned inside a building with a fictitious nuclear weapon, he explained. The heroes, who were supposed to stop the villains, would be the opposing team. For the villain team to win, they had to either capture the heroes or run out of time. Before time ran out, the heroes had to either touch the weapon to disable it or capture the villains. All Might informed us that he would now reveal the teams to us after having previously randomized them. Team A. Mashirao Ojiro and Katsuki Bakugo. Ojiro appeared composed, but Bakugo cracked his neck. I could predict how this team would operate. Ojiro would handle damage control while Bakugo would dash in by himself. Team B. Yuga Aoyama and Honda Siro. Team C. Eijiro Kirishima and Fumikage Tokiyami. Team D. Toru Hagakure and Minoru Mineta. None of them were especially poor choices, and they all appeared content with their teammates. Mineta's expression was conflicted, but I suppose he doesn't like invisible girls. Team E. Kyuta Henshin and Kyoka Jiro. I looked for her across the group. When our eyes met, Jiro nodded despite appearing slightly surprised. The draw didn't seem to bother her. Team F. Tsuyu Asui and Mezzo Shoji. Team G. Shoto Todoroki and Rikido Sato. Team H. Momo Yaoyorozu and Ochako Uraraka. Team I. Tenya Iida and Mina Ishido. And last but certainly not least, Team J. Denki Kaminari and Izuku Midoriya. I thought about the pairing while crossing my arms. Probably one of my better choices would be Jiro. She would be an excellent scout thanks to her sound-based quirk, while I would be the one in the spotlight, engaging in all of the real combat. Everyone else was sent to the monitoring room to watch, but I wasn't really listening. All Might had decided on the first match, Team H versus Team I, after a 2-ball draw. I sensed someone slipping into a step next to me as the class began to move. Jiro put her hands in her pockets and said nonchalantly, "Guess it's this, huh?" "Looks that way," was my response. She shrugged and said, "Honestly, not a bad draw. At least I got paired with you instead of someone like Mineta." Oh, I didn't know that on the second day he had already gained a bad reputation. When we arrived at the monitoring room, the class was seated around a big central screen that was surrounded by a glowing green interface and split into several surveillance feeds. It showed live video from the first battle, which was taking place in Building A. Kirishima yelled, "Yo, Henshin," and gestured me toward her. He was standing close to the front, and Tokiyami was looming silently next to him. It's Ishido and Yaoyorozu up against each other. Who do you think takes it? I moved to stand next to him and looked at the feed while crossing my arms. Iida and Mina were positioned farther inside the building, while Uraraka and Momo were outside the building planning. It's hard to say for sure, but I think the odds favor Momo's team. Yeah? He asked, leaning a little. Why's that? I took a moment to consider that. Momo's quirk gives her a ton of flexibility. She can create whatever the situation demands. That kind of utility can significantly swing the course of a fight. And she's really smart. She's not the type to make reckless moves. His jaw was scratched by Kirishima. Alright, fair. But what about Ishido's partner? Iida's no slouch either. He did really good in Aizawa-sensei's physical tests yesterday. I concurred. There's no denying that. But he feels a little too rigid, kind of a by-the-book type of guy. That makes him predictable in a real fight. He considered it for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. Plus, I continued, while his quirk is great for speed and mobility, Momo's just has more outright versatility. It's gonna come down to execution, not raw power. None of them have a huge advantage over the other, so I'd say it'll come down to Momo making a split-second decision that'll net her team a win. So, close match, but you're betting on Yaoyorozu? As the match began, I nodded while keeping my eyes on the screen. Yeah, I think she edges it out. Momo hung back to offer support as Uraraka took a few steps ahead of her as they made their way through the building. Iida and Mina remained close to the target from another camera. Traces of melted material were already visible on the floor. Anything Ochako might be able to use had been preemptively destroyed with Mina's acid. Momo promptly evaluated the absence of usable debris for Uraraka as the hero team got closer to the objective room. She produced 3 slender metal poles without pausing and gave them to Uraraka. Uraraka used the poles to launch herself into the air, just above her opponents, and used her quirk to nullify her own weight. Kirishima inclined a little. Whoa, it looks like she's going for an aerial breach. Iida launched himself into a fast-moving charge in the meantime, hoping to catch Momo. Momo threw down a set of small canister traps at the last moment, anticipating his charge. Just before colliding with a barricade she had managed to erect in the middle of her run, Iida skidded to a stop. With her acid ready, Mina stepped to Momo's side, but because of Momo's devious moves, Mina misjudged and her acid unintentionally impeded Iida's progress. The weapon was left open for Uraraka to claim while the villain team concentrated on Momo. She let go of her quirk and swooped down quickly, clutching the weapon. The hero team prevailed. The room was filled with cheers and sporadic applause. Both teams returned to the monitor room a few minutes later, a little breathless but unharmed. Despite her calm demeanor, Momo's performance showed a hint of pride. Uraraka had a broad smile on her face. Mina didn't appear overly sad, but Iida was devastated by the loss. With his hands on his hips, All Might took a step forward after they were back in position. Now that we're all gathered once more, who can tell me who the MVP of this battle was? The first person to raise his hand was Midoriya. Without hesitation, All Might pointed. Young Midoriya, let's hear it. Midoriya sat up a little straighter. Yaoyorozu was the MVP. Her ability to adapt to the situation, create tools on the fly, and support her partner without putting herself at unnecessary risk was exactly what a hero in command should do. He gave Uraraka a quick look, but Uraraka also did incredibly well. She made herself unpredictable, stayed coordinated, and struck at just the right moment. All Might grinned broadly. An excellent analysis. You're absolutely correct. Yaoyorozu's leadership and battlefield awareness earned her the title of MVP. And Uraraka's teamwork helped make the win possible. This was a perfect example of synergy between teammates. He grabbed the box of lots once more and shook it before removing the following 2 teams. Team F versus Team G. Todoroki and Sato were the heroes, while Asui and Shoji were the villains, according to the black and white balls, respectively. First to leave, Team F vanished into Building B. A minute later, Team G departed the room, and Todoroki walked out silently. Instead, the cameras moved to Building B. All Might exclaimed, "All right," with a corny smile. "Begin." It wasn't a battle that followed. The building was beginning to cover itself in frost when Todoroki touched the wall. Within seconds, ice ripped through the corridors, enclosing stairwells, doors, and windows. Shoji's feet were frozen, and Asui was stuck to the wall she was crawling on before they could even react. Todoroki touched the bomb as soon as he entered. That was it. All Might nodded slightly and crossed his arms. He did not cause damage to his teammate or the nuclear weapon. And on top of that, he effectively neutralized the enemy. The building started to thaw as Todoroki turned the ice into steam. Kaminari mumbled, "What's up with that quirk?" Mineta let out a moan. "Some guys have all the luck." This time, All Might did not conduct a post-battle analysis. Not much could be said. Todoroki just outclassed his opponents. He grabbed the box once more, gave it a little shake, and then pulled out 2 more balls. He flipped the cards to show that Team A would face Team C next. Thus, Bakugo and Ojiro were pitted against Tokiyami and Kirishima. Kirishima grinned at me and raised a fist as he walked by on his way to the exit. "Wish me luck, bro." I gave the gesture back, saying, "You've got this. Go out there and kick some ass." He jogged after his teammate after giving a brief thumbs up. In fact, this match could be interesting. Both Kirishima and Tokiyami were skilled fighters with powerful quirks. Tokiyami used Dark Shadow to drive the attack, while Kirishima could offer a strong defense. Nor were their opponents weaklings. Ojiro wasn't particularly impressive, but he wasn't exactly worthless in a battle. What about Bakugo? Bakugo, however, was Bakugo. You couldn't possibly rule him out. Leaning back a little, I watched as the screen moved to Building C's interior. Jiro said, "Your friend looks fired up," and moved to stand next to me. "He always is," I answered, keeping my eyes on the screen. She fiddled with her elongated earlobes. "So, it's just us, Hagakure and Mineta, Aoyama and Shiro, or Kaminari and Midoriya left. Not a lot of possibilities." "That's right, 3 teams. We haven't really made a plan for any of them. It's hard to make one without knowing what role we'll get," I replied. "Hero or villain makes a big difference." She listened while tilting her head. "If we're heroes, we stick together and sweep the building. Your quirk helps us locate them, mine handles the fighting. And if we're the villains, then you guard the weapon," I replied, "and help me track them through sound. If anyone slips past me, either stop them or call it out and I'll return to intercept." With a slight twitch of the corner of her mouth, she raised an eyebrow. Her words were dry. "So I'm on recon either way," she said. "I think it's something you'd be good at, there's nothing wrong with it," I replied simply. She acknowledged, "Fair," and then tapped her arm with a finger. "Still, it wouldn't hurt to prep a little more." I exhaled through my nose. "Sure. If we're facing Aoyama and Shiro or Kaminari and Midoriya, I could probably win even if they both came at me at once." "You sure?" As Dark Shadow restrained Bakugo, Kirishima wrapped him in the capture tape, and I said, "Absolutely. But if it's Mineta and Hagakure?" "Because of her invisibility." "Exactly, I can't hit what I can't see," I replied. "If Hagakure slips past, it's on you to catch her. That's the only matchup where we'd have to split our attention." She smirked slightly. "Guess that means I better not screw it up." "You won't," I said in a level voice. "I wouldn't have said it if I didn't think you could handle it." After staring at me for a moment more, she returned her attention to the screen. "All right, Henshin. Let's hope we don't draw the sneaky ones." The match ended before I could reply. The monitor room reverberated with the voice of All Might. "Victory goes to the hero team." On the screen, I saw Kirishima and Tokiyami standing victorious in the hallway outside the bomb room, with a tied-up Ojiro on the floor. The heroes now had 3 victories in a row. All Might clapped his hands together and yelled, "Now then. Another great match. Who would like to name our MVP this round?" as the teams filed back in. Yaoyorozu put up a hand and stepped forward, "If I may." All Might gave her a stately gesture, "Go right ahead." I'd give the MVP title to Tokiyami. Though Kirishima performed just as well, the deciding moments of the match came from Tokiyami's ability to apply pressure and control the pace of the fight. She carried on confidently. The villain team's downfall was a lack of coordination. Bakugo acted on his own without coordinating with Ojiro, leaving Ojiro to defend the weapon solo. Ojiro didn't falter, but that situation was unwinnable without backup. Kirishima did an excellent job stalling Bakugo, enduring his assault and keeping him occupied long enough for Tokiyami to move in. Once Dark Shadow restrained Bakugo, they secured the capture. From there, it was a clean 2v1 against Ojiro. Her lengthy explanation caused All Might to pause for a moment, but she soon resumed her conversation. "Yes. A perfect analysis. Team C showed real teamwork and capitalized on their opponent's mistakes to claim victory." He gave a single clap of his hands. "Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Time to decide the last 2 matches." With theatrical flair, he reached into the lottery box and slowly removed a ball, which he held up for the class to see. "Our next hero team will be Team E." Beside me, Jiro extended her arms and said, "Cool, it's our turn now, Henshin." I looked at the other faces. Kaminari, Hagakure, Mineta, Aoyama, Shiro, and Midoriya. In a frantic chant, Mineta and Kaminari had clasped hands. "Please be Team B, please be Team B." While Midoriya remained silent but rigid, Aoyama and Shiro were suppressing their nerves. It should come as no surprise that Hagakuri's expression was unreadable. Reaching back into the box, All Might drew once more. And your villains will be Team J, Team E and Team J, report to Building D. That means our final match will be Team B versus Team D. Kaminari sagged with a groan. Mineta cheered for victory, and Hagakuri clapped courteously next to him. Jiro turned toward the exit and pushed against my shoulder. Jiro and I waited for our match to begin outside Building D. I paused to mentally get ready, thinking about the plan I had thought of. It's almost poetic. I just so happened to hard counter both All Might's successor and his teammate, who has the most potent quirk in the class. Earlier, I took advantage of the chance to mimic Kirishima's hardening quirk and gave him a high five in celebration of his victory. Ordinarily, I would have asked, but I didn't want to chance Midoriya noticing. I was more than confident that I could take a hit from Midoriya with one for all. If he does, he'll most likely injure himself more than I would. I will disclose that I am capable of absorbing Kaminari's lightning. Jiro gave me a contemplative look. I know you said you're confident in your ability to beat both Midoriya and Kaminari, but don't you think you're underestimating them a little? Midoriya has a lot of power, and Kaminari's electricity could be a problem. You're right. Midoriya does have power, I replied as I examined her, but he can't use it effectively without hurting himself. He'll likely avoid using his quirk, saving it for one desperate moment, which I'll be ready for. She furrowed her brow. And Kaminari? I answered, I've got a way to deal with him too. You don't need to worry about the fighting. Just leave it to me. She accepted my explanation with a nod. Fair enough. I guess I'll just focus on finding them, and then we'll go from there. Good. I think we can ignore the bomb. We can win by capturing both villains instead, so if you see an opportunity, don't hesitate to jump in. Understood. The match began as All Might's voice reverberated through the speakers. All right, let's begin. Team E and Team J, your time starts now. All right, I replied, looking around the building's exterior. We've got 15 minutes. Let's start on the 4th floor. If they're on the 5th, we can hit them from below. If they're on the 3rd, we'll drop in on them from above. Jiro gave a nod. Well done. They'll be anticipating our bottom entry. However, how are we ascending? She looked at the building and asked. Easy, I'll scale the building, I replied, lifting my hand and turning my fingers into clawed tips. You cling to me. After blinking, she nodded briefly and said, okay. She put her arms around my shoulders and hesitated only a moment before pressing in close as I lowered myself a little and allowed her to climb on my back. She said, ready, in a slightly lower pitched voice than normal. I dug my claws into the building's side and started climbing, moving quickly, planting each hand and foot precisely as the concrete gave way under my grip and gave me a firm hold. We soon arrived at a 4th floor window that was open, and I slipped inside and landed soundlessly, while Jiro let go and fell next to me. When I said, now it's your turn, she moved forward, her earlobes piercing the closest wall, and she remained motionless, and I watched her intently as she concentrated. She finally said, I found them, adding that they were in the same room on the 5th floor. Not far from one another, most likely on different sides of an entrance, in an attempt to surprise us. Despite their best efforts to reduce noise, one of them keeps shifting their weight. Excellent, led us directly beneath them. Silently, she moved forward, rounded one corner, then another, and stopped in the middle of a long corridor. Here, she said in a whisper. My body was now covered in a polished copper sheen as I reached down and touched the copper portion of my belt, causing the transformation to spread instantly. I told Jiro, you should step a short distance away. She moved out of the way. I concentrated, my right hand enlarging and becoming heavy as I reformed it into a huge fist of copper. With a deafening crack, I smashed my copper fist into the ceiling above us, tearing through support beams and concrete alike, and a second later the floor collapsed beneath Kaminari and Midoriya. They had no time to respond. With a thud and a jumble of shattered debris, they both fell through the crumbling floor and landed hard on the 4th floor. As soon as he hit the ground, Kaminari became frightened. Crap, with electricity blazing from his body like a live wire, he yelled. However, I was prepared for it. I began to reshape my left hand, making it longer and narrower until it resembled a polished lightning rod, and the voltage surge immediately veered toward me, crackling as it was drawn in. As I compressed it into a volatile sphere of lightning in my right palm, a tingling heat shot up my arms as I absorbed the charge and allowed the energy to flow into me. I threw it at Midoriya without thinking. Kaminari did exactly what I did, rerouting it with his own body and soaking the energy back in, and I watched in awe. Oh, come on, I whispered to myself, but I could get around it, so it didn't matter. With the remaining current still flowing along my skin, I formed another ball and held it in my palm as I drew closer to Midoriya, not throwing it this time. He attempted to duck when he saw me approaching, but I was too close. I struck his chest with the lightning sphere. He grunted as he hit the ground, but he managed to roll through the pain and scramble back up on his feet. This is not possible, his voice was tight with urgency as he yelled. Then he took off. Still shaken from the fall, Kaminari looked up just in time to see Midoriya take off, and he turned and ran silently in the other direction. Jiro came up beside me and took a quick look around. I have Kaminari, she said, plugging her jacks into the ports on her boots. I didn't pause to watch as a concentrated blast of sound roared down the hallway from her speakers, chasing after him. In the other direction, Midoriya was already running. His head start put him a few meters ahead of me, but we were moving at about the same speed when I took off after him, my boots slamming against the ground. I realized their strategy was to prolong the clock and force a chase scene. It would not work, but it was smart. I transformed both of my feet into rubber by tapping the rubber section of my belt and concentrating. A rebound effect occurred, whereby stored energy returned with each push, causing each step to sink slightly, compress the impact, and then spring back with extra momentum. I began to close the distance bit by bit. I sped up my pace as Midoriya darted around a corner, and then I stretched my fingers into pliable tendrils and swung forward, snatching hold of the strange bunny ear things that resembled All Might's hair, and for a moment I wondered if he would regret that fashion choice. I pulled my right fist back and delivered a forceful straight punch as I yanked him back toward me. He barely slipped under it, twisting just in time. Now we were looking at each other. He made no further attempts to run. I told him, "You're not going to win this," as I moved forward. Trying to grab his arm without hurting him, I lunged forward once more. "Just accept it," I said, grabbing the capture tape. "This is a mismatch." He wasn't the kind, so I knew he wouldn't. Midoriya grunted, pushed me back, twisted around, and ducked under the grab, planting his feet. I just took one step. I changed my position and said, "Fair enough. I guess we're going to have to do this the hard way." He turned as if he were going to run once more. I prevented him. In an instant, my arm was out in the hallway, blocking his path, and he froze, too late. I grabbed him by the waist, swung the limb forward, and pulled him in again. I punched him after that, only enough to send him stumbling soundlessly into the wall behind him, not full force. "I have to use it," Midoriya whispered to himself. Red veins pulsed across his skin as his right hand started to glow. A glimmer of anticipation passed through me. I wasn't sure he would use one for all. I assumed he would hold it back out of concern that other students wouldn't be able to handle it. I reached for Mei's dense alloy, and as I changed into the ultra-dense armor, my body tensed and reshaped, the metal crawling across my skin, my limbs thickening, my joints locking, and the weight pressing down, securing me in place. It was by far my heaviest transformation to date. In addition, I applied Kirishima's hardening quirk to it, adding more toughness to my already strong body. The glowing lines grew brighter as Midoriya's gaze met mine. He clenched his fist, and then he exhaled sharply and punched the air. OMG! A deafening boom reverberated through the corridor as a concussive blast of wind and pressure surged toward me, and I braced myself, stomping my feet into the floor, the tiles cracking beneath the force of the shockwave, which struck like a freight train. Debris and dust whirled about us. I looked up as the air finally calmed down and saw Midoriya standing panting, his right hand shaking, his glove torn, the skin underneath already bruised. "Henshin." Through my communications, Jiro's voice crackled with relief. "I got Kaminari. He's wrapped up in tape, but I heard a huge blast," Jiro said. "Are you all right?" "Nice work," I said into the comm. "I'm fine," I said as I looked at the chaos behind me, which included splintered and cracked hallway walls and pieces of concrete scattered from Midoriya's punch shockwave. "I will now capture Midoriya." His eyes widened as he looked up, troubled by the realization that I had survived the full force of his blast without being knocked down. I mumbled, "Whoa, that was pretty tough." I spoke more clearly as I moved closer, saying, "And you didn't even hit me directly. I can only imagine the severity of that situation." He shivered as his eyes strayed to my armored body, the combination of Kirishima's hardened shell and dense metal. Before he could react, I sprang forward and grabbed his wrist. As soon as our skin touched, a roar erupted inside of me, and the power of One for All surged through the connection, heavier and hotter than any quirk I had ever absorbed. Even at 10%, it threatened to break my control. My breath caught, my muscles stiffened, my thoughts jumbled, and for a moment I thought I saw shadows flickering at the edges of my vision, but they vanished in an instant. I whispered, "You know," in a voice so low that only he could hear, "I've been captivated by your quirk ever since we first met." My fingers tightened around his wrist, saying, "Let's see what I can do with it." So much raw power, and so little control. I focused, directed the energy into my other hand, and as I pulled my arm back and punched hard into Midoriya's stomach, his eyes widened. The wind knocked him out, and he fell to the ground in a heap as he flew backward, crashing against the wall with a resonant crack. As I watched his chest rise and fall, I gently whistled, "Wow. My hand is already stinging at 10%. It makes sense why you break yourself when you exert all of your strength." He winced but did not object, so I quickly wrapped the capture tape around his torso and secured him against the wall. Through the speakers, All Might's voice could be heard above us. "Team E1. I offered to help Midoriya while kneeling next to her. You did good, all things considered." He looked at me and gave me a feeble nod. I lifted him onto my shoulder in a fireman's carry and said, "I probably overdid it. Let's get you to the nurse's office," I said. Every step I took as I carried him away served as a reminder of how heavy that power was. Over my shoulder, Midoriya lay unconscious as I left Building D, his breathing steady but shallow. With scraped knuckles and bruises, his right arm hung limp. Outside, Jiro was already waiting, her arms folded, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Kaminari was standing close by, leaning back and massaging his neck. When Jiro saw me, she put up her hand in triumph. "We won, Henshin." When she noticed Midoriya slumped against me, she stopped in her tracks and said, "Shit. Is that Midoriya? What happened to him?" I clarified, "He used his quirk, didn't even hit me directly, just punched the air. But the shockwave alone cracked the hallway wide open. Brought the whole place down around us." Kaminari moved closer, his eyes widening. "Dude, his arm looks wrecked. Like I know his quirk is crazy powerful but that's way worse than I expected." "Yeah," I replied plainly. "He was basically done after that, could barely stand, but I let myself get carried away. I should have ended it there. Instead, I hit him again before using the capture tape." Jiro scowled but remained silent. Kaminari averted his gaze. I didn't add anything more. I wasn't going to say that aloud, but I don't think I did anything wrong. At the courtyard's edge, a haze of red, blue, and gold materialized. The arrival of All Might was like an abrupt shift in air pressure. When he saw Midoriya, his normally warm voice lowered just a little as he jogged toward us. He moved to see how he was doing and said, "Let me take a look at him." He knelt down and, with unexpected gentleness, lifted Midoriya's injured arm. A few seconds later, he gave himself a nod. "He's lucky, it doesn't look like there will be any permanent damage after getting a visit from Recovery Girl." "All Might, is it alright if I take him to Recovery Girl myself?" I inquired. I went too far in the match. I should be the one to bring him in. All Might gave me a longer than normal look as he studied my face. Then he clapped a hand, not the one holding Midoriya, on my shoulder and let out a loud laugh. "Ahahaha. That's the spirit, young Henshin. Your classmate may be down, but your sense of responsibility is standing tall. Very well, Recovery Girl is in room 117. He stopped and said, "But do not let guilt weigh you down. From the look of things, these injuries were mostly the result of young Midoriya's own decision. He used his power knowing the risk." I gave a single nod, acknowledging the words but not feeling anything in response. Then, with Midoriya still slung over my shoulder, I turned and started walking across campus. The rhythmic thud of my boots on the pavement was even and monotonous. The silence gave way to thought with each step. Everyone gets one. What a wonderful quirk. I could still feel it moving through me now. A steady, slow pulse of unadulterated energy that was hidden beneath the surface. Furthermore, it was more than just residual power or voltage. No, my body had changed in some way. I sensed it. I can now absorb more than 10% if I were to copy a quirk at this moment because my absorption capacity has increased. I was 10% aware of my limitations. I've only ever been able to extract that from any quirk. 10% was the hard cap, regardless of how strong or weak the user was. I've made every effort to alter that. Years of testing, theory, and ruthless trial and error. That ceiling remained in place. Now, though, that cap broke after a little one for all. What could it be? I wondered. 15%, 20, perhaps more. It didn't matter how many. The fact that one for all had forced my quirk to change was what counted. What if I copied it again using that new limit? Would it respond similarly? Would it stack? Could I keep doing that until I got to something else? Take 10%, wait for me to change, and then take 15%? Continue doing this until I'm on par with All Might and All for One. I focused by placing a hand on Midoriya's arm and adjusting his weight a little. Looking. I'm waiting for that power surge to strike me once more. Nothing. It's like filling up a battery that was already full, just the same 10%. The quirk didn't object or protest, but I couldn't stand it any longer. Was unable to penetrate the ceiling. I tightened my jaw and continued to move. Naturally, it would have been far too convenient. Will the enhancements to my quirk be lost if I lose this one for all sample when it wears off? Or do they last forever? Hard to say. One thing was for sure, though, I was no longer content. I desired more. I required more, not only of this quirk, but also of the personal development it provided. I couldn't force myself to take one for all, though. That much was obvious. I didn't have to, though. If only I could make Midoriya gaze at me the way he gazes at Mirio or All Might. A tiny smirk tugged at my lips. Yes, that will suffice. Your future has already been determined, Deku. You will become the second hero if all goes as planned. Directly behind me, in advance, congratulations. What if it doesn't? Whatever the hell was meant to happen at the end of your story, I'm sure you'll find happiness flipping hamburgers. I rapped on Recovery Girl's office door. Come in. Midoriya was still hunched over my shoulder when I entered, his head lolling a little and his breathing steady but shallow. The interior included a computer workstation and a drawer containing an unidentified medication. Additionally, the wall was decorated with posters for medications, 2 beds, and 2 chairs. Recovery Girl looked away from her desk and scowled right away. Oh dear, set him down on that bed over there. I complied with her request and gently lowered Midoriya onto the closest bed. She asked, what happened? As she started to examine his injured arm and check his pulse. During battle training with All Might, he used his quirk. I replied. Didn't hit me directly, but the shockwave alone was enough to wreck the hallway. After that, I continued the fight and hit him hard in the gut. I'm sorry, I should have ended the fight before that. She gave me a quick glance before turning back to face Midoriya and running her fingers lightly over his elbow and wrist. Just yesterday he was in here for an injury on his finger. This boy's got a death wish. I said nothing at all. She went on. I can't treat him all at once. She pulled the rest of the sleeve back to show purple swelling around the elbow, saying, he's too tired, and that arm of his won't be healed anything soon. My quirk can help him stabilize and wake up soon, but the limb itself needs much more. You said you only punched him? I gave a nod. Then you don't need to worry. The worst of it is self-inflicted. What he did to himself was far more reckless than whatever you did. After a moment of hesitation, I purposefully lowered my voice. I can't accept that. I should have had better judgment. He was already down, and I chose to keep fighting. A real hero wouldn't make excuses for something like that, so I'll take responsibility for my part. She glanced at me, but didn't make a move. If only all heroes were like that. In my pocket, my phone buzzed. When I took it out, I saw that Mina had sent me 2 messages. Mina. Hey. The final match was won by the villain team. Aoyama and Zero were completely unprepared for Hagakure and Mineta. Mina. By the way, class is over. Another message appeared before I could type a reply. Kirishima. Class is over, dude. Are you game for going to the gym? After I'm finished with Midoriya here, I'll be there. I tapped out in response to Kirishima. Kirishima. Hey, dude, from Momo came a 3rd message. Momo. The last game ended swiftly. In order to restrict the hero team's movement, Mineta used his quirk to fill the floor with his sticky spheres. Hagakure successfully applied the capture tape by using the opening to approach undetected. Stealth and terrain control were key components of the strategic victory. Zero and Aoyama were taken by surprise and did not adapt. All in all, the villains won by a landslide. The door creaked open once more as I was putting the phone away. Wearing a black pinstripe suit, a lanky, frail-looking man with sunken eyes and spiky blonde hair entered. His gaze flicked to Midoriya and then back to me. Oh hello, who are you? I pretended not to know. Ah well I'm, Recovery Girl said. He's Toshinori Yagi, without raising her gaze from her clipboard. He works for All Might. He's been to UA a few times to meet with Principal Nezu. Mr. Yagi, is that why you're here? All right, the man stumbled, gathering his thoughts. I'm just here to check in with All Might. Today was his first class, wasn't it? Yeah, I replied with a small shrug. Are you here to evaluate how it went? In a way. May I ask, are you one of his students? If so, how was his teaching? I am, and it was definitely an interesting experience being taught by All Might. But if I'm honest, it felt like he was reading off a script sometimes. It felt a little unnatural, if you understand what I mean. The back of his head was scratched. Ah, I see. I'll make sure to relay the sentiment to him. He's still new to teaching. I'm sure he'll get better in time. His attention turned to Midoriya. What about that young man on the bed over there? Is he also a student of the same class? Oh yeah, actually All Might's class had us in combat against our fellow students. He was my opponent and I took it too far. While still writing something down, Recovery Girl clicked her tongue. Midoriya's injuries are more his fault than yours. Don't shoulder blame that isn't yours, boy. All Might gave a nod of approval. Take it from me, young man. If All Might were here, the only person he would blame is himself. You're still a student, you're not responsible for what happened. The silence was broken by a low moan. Midoriya blinked slowly and stirred. His eyes widened as he looked at the suited figure in the room's corner. All Might interrupted abruptly, raising a hand while feigning amusement. I'm Toshinori Yagi. I work closely with All Might. He was interested in getting feedback on his first class. After blinking and taking in the information, Midoriya slowly nodded. It was amazing, but also really intense. But I think I learned a lot. I want to get stronger so I can keep up. All Might laughed and smiled warmly. That's good to hear. I'll be sure to pass that along. I walked over to Midoriya. Anyways, Midoriya, I'd like to talk to you about your quirk. A glimmer of perplexity appeared on his face as his expression changed. Sure. What do you want to tell me? I cocked my head a bit. Oh, I figured you'd want some privacy before talking about it. But if you're fine with it, I can say it right here. Midoriya looked at All Might, who was standing quietly close by. Then he nodded slowly. It's okay, you can say it. All Might's jaw twitched slightly, but I didn't miss it. I noticed the subtle stiffening of his posture out of the corner of my eye. Now he was listening carefully. All right, so please forgive my bluntness, but I think the way you're using your quirk is wrong. Midoriya blinked. Huh? You use it by focusing everything you have into one point, which gives you the maximum output in a single burst. But it also shreds your body in the process. I know you're aware of that. Still, this is the second day in a row you've ended up in the nurse's office because of it. His lips formed a thin line as he glanced down at his wrapped arm. You're treating it like a weapon that fires once and breaks, I said. But it's your body, not a cannon. You need to distribute the power across your whole form, not just concentrate it in one limb. I raised my right hand and focused. Actually, hold on. I think it's better if I show you. I said. My palm crackled as One for All came to life. But this is what you should be doing. I spread it out after that. The energy flowed through my body, dancing across my frame in the form of faint black sparks. My fingertips and joints throbbed with a gentle glow. I managed to keep it together despite its flaws. An improvised full cowl. Midoriya's eyes were wide. Recovery Girl even stopped to observe from her desk. If you spread the energy through your entire body, it'll reduce the strain on any single part. You're not overloading any one part. It'll improve your speed, your reflexes, your endurance. But most importantly, you'll stop destroying yourself every time you throw a punch. I took a step forward, then pivoted on my heel. And don't just think about punches. You can use your legs, knees, elbows, and, in an emergency, even your forehead. Make use of all your tools. For a long time, Midoriya just stared at me and said, I never thought of using it that way. I always had the impression that I had to manage everything at once. However, it makes sense when you explain it that way. After the glow subsided, I flexed my fingers and let the energy go. Well, try it when you're feeling better. Tell me how it turns out. Additionally, you can ask me for assistance at any time if you need it. You'd help me train? He asked, looking up. Of course, I smirked and said, Midoriya, you have a really cool quirk. You have the capacity to rank among the greatest heroes, in my opinion. His eyes gleamed with resolve, and he flushed, scratching the back of his head. Was that a tear? Really? Why are you crying already? Anyway, I'm heading to the gym to train with Kirishima, I said as I turned to face the door. I looked over my shoulder before I left and said, you ought to join us sometime. We would adore working out with you. Alpha Gym. That was a manly moniker for UA's largest training facility. Eijiro Kirishima entered the gym through the automated doors, a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the space, which was filled with rows of machines, squat racks, benches, and obstacle courses. Everything he had ever imagined a gym for future heroes should have. Mina Ishido, who had initially been hesitant to attend the afternoon gym session, changed her mind the moment he revealed that Henshin would also be joining him. Mina was right behind him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. He was not blind, so there must have been some sort of interaction between those two. He wasn't the type to gossip, but come on, he had witnessed Ishido's grin at Henshin during lunch. It was none of his business, though, and for the moment he was simply relieved to be somewhere that shouted progress. Perhaps 20 or 30 students were already strewn about the building, most of them in the UA gym tracksuits, but some were wearing tank tops or t-shirts. He looked around the room and saw some faces he recognized, not many from Class 1A, but enough to make him smile. In the far corner, Iida was speeding through an obstacle course, each step precise and sharp. The man had such incredible endurance that it didn't seem like he had slowed down. A taller man, Sato, if he recalled correctly, was doing deadlifts like they were nothing. He had a stocky frame and short brown hair. Iida's match against Yaoyorozu and Uraraka was likely the closest, but in the end, Iida's raw speed was outclassed by skill and teamwork. He couldn't recall much of Sato, as his partner Todoroki essentially dominated the match by himself. He thought that Todoroki versus Henshin would be a match for the ages, and he twitched at the thought. Without wasting any time, Ishido jogged over to Sato and called out in an animated voice. "Hey, you mean Sato? Doing some additional training?" Wiping perspiration from his brow, Sato placed his weights gently on the ground. "Yeah," he said in between breaths, "didn't get to do much earlier. I was sort of carried through the entire game by my teammate. Decided that if I wanted to stay up around here, I would have to put in more effort." Ishido smiled. "That's cool. Come train with us, Kirishima and I are just beginning. Henshin will also arrive shortly." Sato nodded quickly, apparently energized by that. "Yeah, sure. I'm in." They located an open mat area and began stretching. Kirishima eased into a forward bend, feeling grounded by the tight pull in his hamstrings. This was good. He needed the atmosphere of training with classmates who were eager to get better. He looked toward the entrance a few minutes later, and there he was. The doors opened. Kyuta Henshin glanced around the gym for a moment before he saw them, and he went straight over. "Okay, it's a party now," Kirishima smiled. Henshin walked up and said, "Hey, I hope it's not too late." "Nope, buddy, you're all right. We're just doing some warm-up stretches," Kirishima said, standing up straight. "We invited Sato to join us after we met him here." "You're just in time," she added, giving Henshin a quick smile as Ishido dipped into a deeper stretch next to them, one leg tucked in, the other stretched far to the side, arms reaching overhead. Kirishima smiled and rolled his shoulders once. "Anyway, Henshin, want to spar for a little while? I mean, with quirks permitted." "Using quirks sparingly? Is that even permitted? Even for Ua, it feels a little too laid back." Kirishima had asked the same question yesterday, and Henshin sounded doubtful, which was fair enough, to be honest. He scratched the back of his head and said, "Sorta," adding that it's generally fine for basic tasks. "I met this really amiable third-year senpai from Class 3B yesterday. According to him, first-year students are much more constrained than upperclassmen, but if we exercise caution, sparring with light quirk use is acceptable." A blond man in a half-zipped training uniform stood at the edge of the arena, casually refereeing with a bright smile, and he turned and pointed toward the large sparring ring at the far end of the gym, where a girl with flowing blue hair zipped around the air before launching a spiraling blast of energy at her opponent, a boy with dark hair and hunched shoulders, who kept trying to counter her movements with tentacle-like limbs. "That's the senpai I spoke with. He's actually there. Tagada Mirio. A really cool guy. Since I find it difficult to go overboard, he said my quirk should be alright." He laughed and said, "I thought you're in the same boat if you stick to your more basic stuff. It's not like I can go around blowing stuff up or melting holes in the floor. Don't use giant weapons, just keep it small." "Fair enough, let's keep it light," Henshin said with a slight smirk. They circled once before stepping onto an empty sparring mat, and Ishido stood nearby, his eyes sparkling with interest. Henshin took a step back, running his fingers over a dumbbell nearby, a slight sheen flickering across his skin as he absorbed the metal, his body moving until a smooth layer of steel-plated armor covered him. They went around one another once more. In an attempt to test Henshin's reflexes, he was the first to move, rushing in with a low feint and hitting Henshin's forearm with a dull metallic thunk, but the other boy hardly moved. Henshin didn't hit harder, but he was smoother. He sidestepped with little movement and blocked with his forearms, letting Kirishima do the work. They exchanged blows, neither pushing too hard, but testing the other's footing with quick jabs, low sweeps, and brief bursts of movement. He hardened his arms for each punch, matching the momentum. He went overboard with a right hook. Henshin ducked beneath it, turned, and snapped his arm around his neck, locking a clean guillotine grip just under the chin, not so tight as to cause pain, but enough to show that he could tighten it. All right, you got me, he said, laughing and tapping his arm twice. With identical smiles, they parted ways, both of them breathing a bit more heavily. Henshin said, "Good match," as he rolled out his shoulder. Rubbing the back of his neck, Kirishima chuckled and said, "Dude, that was amazing. Your moves are really well executed." Mina Ishido was aware that people enjoyed conversing. Behind closed doors, one or two whispered that she was a total slut as if they knew anything about her, while others said that she was flirtatious, perhaps even a little bit of a tease. Kyuta didn't count because he'd skipped the entire process and gone straight to the finale, but she didn't care. Sure, she'd had a few boyfriends, but only 2 had even reached third base, and only 1 had gone all the way. She wasn't always that way. In middle school, she was much more worried about how she looked. She was a little insecure at the time, and there was a constant nagging voice in the back of her mind that she didn't look normal and that no one else liked her. Nevertheless, she overcame all of that, and as a future hero, she will live her life to the fullest. She knew what she wanted, and that was a little attention at the moment, so it didn't make her a slut. The redhead had laughed it off, of course, all about that manly camaraderie of his. Classic Kiri. Across the gym, Kirishima and Sato were sparring amicably, according to Sato's suggestion after Kyuta had finished rolling Kirishima up in a smooth headlock, which gave her a brief window of exposure. Dumbbells in hand, Kyuta stood a few feet away, performing a series of curls, his arms catching the gym lights in a way that made you look whether you wanted to or not. She was determined to look. The strength, sharpness, and near perfectness of those arms were insane, and he wasn't even flaunting them. He had to know what he looked like, so maybe a little. Smiling to herself, she loaded up for squats by sliding under the barbell rack, adjusting the weights to something more moderate, and then putting herself just in front of him, facing the mirror, before dipping into her first squat with perfect form and a straight back. Additionally, her ass may have been angled a little more than normal. Hey, all those hours of Romanian deadlifts and weighted lunges weren't in vain, and she earned the right to bask in the spotlight. Her flawless peach didn't sculpt itself. She didn't mind being admired, guy or girl, as long as no one got creepy about it. That was half the fun of being here. Thank you was thank you. Jiro had warned her and the other girls earlier that the little pervert was whispering about sneaking a peek in the girls' locker room while they were putting on their hero costumes, but he was stopped before anything happened, so he had better hope he never gave her the wrong look. Well, unless it was that Mineta creep. Therefore, if you're attractive, cute, funny, or just a material-absorbing hunk, it's okay to stare. Kyuta remained silent for a few repetitions, curling with that intense focus, and then she felt a slight smack on her ass as she ascended from another slow squat. Behave. The tone nearly made her groan, but instead she slowly straightened herself while a playful smirk tugged at her lips. "Ooh, yes, Daddy," she said, looking back at him with wide eyes and pretending to be innocent. His laugh was smooth and low, but she could tell he was a little agitated. Triumph. Letting him watch, she returned to her squats, a little deeper and a little slower now, allowing the burn to settle in her thighs. Then she heard Kirishima's voice calling out and footsteps coming closer. Well, I suppose the fun is over for the time being. They were joined by Kirishima and Sato, who were still a little sweaty from their sparring match. Kirishima's red hair was a little wet, but he was still standing tall as usual, and his smile was broad. Kyuta put a hand on Kirishima's hip and remarked, "You look pumped up, Kirishima. I take it you won?" "Yes. However, Sato is also very manly. His blows are as forceful as freight trains." Sato rubbed the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly, saying, "Yeah, but Kirishima's defenses were too strong. I was unable to succeed." A tiny smile tugged at Mina's lips as she watched the 3 of them converse. Kirishima was adorable in his own way, like a devoted puppy with way too much energy. To be honest, she was pleased to see how far he had come. She thought of the quieter, more insecure version of him in high school, who had been carrying something heavy even though he had never discussed it. Whatever it was, he had obviously grown past it and had truly matured into himself now. She had no complaints about Sato, who was a solid guy who didn't stand out like some others did. He didn't have Kirishima's enthusiastic charm or Kyuta's confidence, but he wasn't someone who made much of an impression. He seemed sincere, and she could see herself hanging out with him again without any issues. As they settled into a new rhythm, the four of them walked back toward the equipment racks, switching between sets and spotting one another through timed exercises and heavy lifts. Even though the gym was bustling with activity and effort, for a short time, it was just their small group, reps and rests, sweat and laughter, friends working toward the same objective. Perhaps she would keep going to the gym with these guys in the future. Hado Najire. Still energized from the conclusion of her match against Tamaki, Najire's legs swung languidly over the edge of the sparring platform. Technically it was a win, but it hardly felt like one. Tamaki didn't go all out again. His tentacles hardly saw any screen time, and when she allowed him to grab her for a sneak counter, he just kind of froze up. When she allowed that to happen, she was hoping they'd do something a little more entertaining. Boring, she muttered to herself as she flopped onto her back, puffing out her cheeks. When Tamaki realized they had spectators from the second and third years, his mind simply shut off, but it wasn't like he was weak. In any case, he was incredibly strong, quirk-wise. A bright, familiar laugh cut through her thoughts. Najire. Tamaki. Come here for a moment. He was talking to a red-haired underclassman off to the side, still grinning broadly. She muttered to herself, "Ooh, new first years," as she began to approach them. With a smile, Mirio introduced himself. "This is Kirishima, one of the freshmen I mentioned to you. He stopped by the gym by himself yesterday, and I got to meet him. On the first day, he was already lifting weights, and I believe he was the only first-year student here. How enthusiastic, huh?" Grasping the nape of his neck, Kirishima said, "Yeah, I figured it wouldn't hurt to get a head start." "Hey there, sharp jawline, sharp eyes, actually you've got a sharp face in general," she added, taking Mirio's place and examining Kirishima with interest. "Doesn't it fit your quirk? In any case, what is your quirk? Which do you like better, the eyes or the hair?" Awkwardly, Kirishima laughed. "It's hardening, I guess. My entire body becomes as hard as a rock." On the other hand, a sharp rock? It would fit that way. 3 others followed in his wake. She kind of wanted to poke his arm to see how squishy it was, but one was tall and solid-looking, with the kind of build that shouted powerlifter, but his expression was kind of soft, like the kind of guy who would apologize if he bumped into something. Perhaps he was one of those gentle giants. Then there was the girl with the pink hair in the UA gym uniform. She was adorable. She had a lot of energy and a little confident sway to her movements, as if she knew exactly how much attention she attracted. As a matter of fact, Najire kind of wanted to ask what conditioner she used because, wow, that hair was bold. The final one follows. "Oh, hello." She tilted her head slightly, curiosity fully piqued, and wondered if he looked like a fighter, a professional bodybuilder, or a statue someone had carved out of marble. That one had intense eyes, a calm posture, and shoulders that seemed to be able to carry the weight of the world. He seemed to have a vibe similar to Mirio, but less energetic. Kirishima pointed to the group and said, "Guys, these are my friends. That's Rikido Sato, Mina Ishido, and Kyuta Henshin." When it finally clicked, Sato blinked. "Wait, aren't you the big 3? Mirio gave a jovial, "That's us. Thumbs up. We're still getting used to it, though, because it's a somewhat new title. There was no elaborate ceremony or anything like that for us." Wiggling her fingers, she supported herself on her elbows and said, "Hey, my name is Najire Hado. I can fly around thanks to my quirk, wave motion, which is really spinny." For emphasis, she twirled one hand. "So if you guys are the big 3, then I wonder who would be the big 3 of our class?" Ishido said, tilting her head slightly. "That's a really entertaining question. Tell me, tell me." "Kyuta," Ishido said right away, indicating the somber, muscular man slightly behind Kirishima. "Easiest pick. He is most likely the class's strongest member." "But perhaps he's not alone up there," Sato said, nodding. "Consider the possibility that he could be taken by someone like Todoroki. His quirk is half ice, half fire. You witnessed his handling of his match earlier." She became alert. "Todoroki? Like Enji Todoroki? Like the hero Endeavor #2? That Todoroki? Can he use his fire and ice quirks simultaneously, as you mentioned? Similar to Steam? Is he an attractive boy?" Kirishima laughed and said, "Yes. That's his child, but there's also Bakugo. He might not prevail, but he would undoubtedly challenge Todoroki and Henshin. To defeat him, Tokiyami and I had to double-team him during our earlier match today. It seems like your class is strong. Mirio remarked, obviously impressed. I wish I had sparred today. If you're ready, how about it, Najire? Well, Kirishima said, energizing, how about you spar with Henshin, Tagata? He won the entrance exam and the quirk test administered by Aizawa-sensei. He is currently the top student in our class. Top scorer. Najire blinked. When they first arrived at UA, none of the three of them had placed anywhere close to the top. She barely made it into the top 10 on their entrance exams, but her performance declined for the remainder of her first year, with Tamaki stumbling somewhere in the middle and Mirio even lower, if she recalled correctly. They didn't receive any attention until the very end of their second year, when everything suddenly clicked. Perhaps he hasn't peaked yet and is just getting started, but it was strange to see someone peaking so early. Calmly, Kyuta held up his hand and said, "Don't worry, it's only been 2 days. Many classmates haven't had the best chance to demonstrate their full potential, I'm sure. Such broad generalizations are premature." "Oh, charming and modest. That was kind of cute. Hey, can I be the referee if you fight him?" she said, tilting her head at Mirio. "Or perhaps I'll just shout things while floating above you too. Or perhaps I ought to fight him instead. And I'm still fired up because Tamaki wasn't feeling it earlier." "You really want to fight everyone, huh?" Mirio said, laughing. "I'd like to watch people fight. It's also enjoyable to watch," she clarified, placing a finger to her chin. She looked at Kyuta once more and winked at him, saying, "I bet your quirk's something impressive, right? Especially when someone has a body like that. Tell me, please, what is it?" "The name of my quirk is absorption. I can absorb substances and use them to change the shape of my body." Her gaze brightened. "What? That's really awesome. Hold on, could you make jelly arms if I gave you jelly?" No, how about a strange substance like wax? Or might you become a disco ball by eating a diamond? Hold on, what would happen if rubber and metal were combined? Are you turned into a bouncy tank? Jelly would be overly tender. I could do it, but for combat effectiveness, I like high-density materials. Why would you ask that since eating doesn't solve my quirk? Not particularly surprised by her quick-fire questions, Kyuta responded with ease, "I'm not sure, I haven't really tested something like that out yet." She enjoyed that. She became withdrawn in middle and high school when people assumed she was demeaning them by asking a lot of questions, and she gradually became a chilly, aloof person who repressed her feelings. Mirio and Tamaki were the only ones who helped her rediscover herself. "I wanted to see Jelly Henshin, but okay, serious question though," she said, pouting for precisely 1 second before brightening up again. "Have you attempted to absorb gold before? Do you become more shiny? Because you would look really awesome and shiny, in my opinion." Kirishima interrupted him before he could respond, saying, "All right, I know we're all excited, but what do you say, Henshin? A fight with Tagata? I would really like to see how you would compare to one of the big three." Kirishima received a slight smile from Kyuta, who said, "Easy there, you're giving me too much credit." "No such thing," she chirped. "All right, will you spar with Mirio? Come on, it will be enjoyable." "I'm game if you are," Kyuta said, glancing at Mirio, who was already letting his shoulders drop and bouncing a little on the balls of his feet. "But don't worry, I won't use my full power unless you specifically request it." At last, Kyuta gave in and said, "All right, let's keep it easy. No final maneuvers, nothing too damaging. Whoever gets 3 good hits first wins. I'm watching from above, so if either of you tries anything against the rules, I'm totally calling it out," she said after making 1 spin in the air and landing next to them with a slight bounce in her step. "Are you certain you won't simply become sidetracked during the game?" For the first time, Tamaki spoke up, muttering close by. "I want to see how this match plays out, so don't worry," she sang with joy. A few other students had started to notice and formed a loose ring around them as the two of them moved to the center of a nearby fighting arena. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called down, "All right boys," as she rose with a whirl of energy, her legs hanging as she hovered above the ring. "Keep in mind that the first 3 hits win. Prepare yourself and go." This was going to be enjoyable, she thought to herself as she giggled quietly. Kyuta may have been the best in his class, but that didn't mean he was prepared for Mirio. She liked him so far, but this would be a good lesson. In UA, experience is what counts, and Mirio had plenty of it. With one arm pulled back in a traditional wind-up, Mirio bounded forward, his face as laid back as ever. In response, Kyuta quickly reshaped his arm into a heavier, longer version for greater reach, and although his swing was quick, it went right through Mirio. She pondered his reaction to that. Kyuta staggered as Mirio delivered a straight jab into his face. She didn't mind the view there either, but of course his clothes were gone again. He left the shirt off, but he got better with that. She recalled a time when he'd fight naked for even longer. His pants hit the ground in one heap, and then his shirt flew off somewhere. He swiftly picked up his pants and pulled them back on without missing a beat. Kyuda slowly straightened down below, wiping at his chin, and he didn't even appear to be affected, which was good because he was able to remain composed even in the face of adversity. That quirk is quite strong. A change in phase, perhaps? Something like that. Mirio smiled and said, "I'll tell you after we're done." Speaking to the 3 first years, she drifted a bit lower and said, "That's permeation. It enables Mirio to transcend all material things by turning himself into something intangible." Kyuda was mistaken about one thing, though. Mirio's quirk isn't particularly strong, rather, it's his commitment to self-improvement that makes him such a formidable foe. Kyuda had little time to think before Mirio dropped through the floor with a slight bounce on his heels. She wondered if Kyuda could handle it as she leaned forward slightly in the air, tapping her chin with one finger. It's a classic move of his. He'll let his quirk launch him forward from underground to go for a surprise attack. When Mirio rushed up behind him with a fist drawn back, aiming for the ribs, Kyuda remained motionless, at least not initially. Kyuda turned on his heel, spun around, and actually blocked the attack. Oh, that was unexpected. For a brief moment, Mirio's fist remained motionless in Kyuda's palm before he phased back into the earth once more, his happy laugh resonating as he reappeared a short distance away. Nevertheless, Kyuda was now smiling, his lips curled into a confident grin. His body crackled with black sparks. Mina exhaled from next to the ring. Whoa, that's new. The black sparks flashed around Kyuda's body as he ran, and he bounded forward with explosive speed. As he prepared to dodge again, Mirio's pants phased through his body. He wasn't the only streaker, though, this time. After Kyuda's gym uniform phased right through him, Mirio couldn't avoid a fist. Nice one, I wasn't expecting that. Mirio sat up a few seconds after the thunderous impact, rubbing his jaw with laughter as his body flew across the arena before he finally skidded to a stop. There was a moment of silence in the room, then Najire's eyes fell and she blinked. For a moment, her flight paused. Kyuda stood in the middle of the stage, naked, his chest rising and falling. She looked down, but it wasn't just the muscles that drew her attention, he was completely ripped. Oh. Her mouth curved into a tiny, inquisitive smile as her eyebrows rose. That explains the assurance. She'd seen Mirio naked a few dozen times by now because of his quirk, and sure, he had nothing to be ashamed of, but Kyuda? He wasn't just big, he was blessed. Indeed, he was at a higher level. Mina whistled, "My dear Kyuda, DAAAMN. Looking good and packing power." Finally recognizing his attire, or lack thereof, Kyuda blinked and squatted, snatching his pants in one motion and pulling them back on, without much shame, not that there was anything to be ashamed of. Her mind was already etched with the image. What about Najire? She wasn't griping. Mirio got back up and grinned as he adjusted his waistband, obviously prepared for round 3. Kyuda, however, held up a hand. "Can we stop right here? We'll call it a draw, 1-1, he said steadily. Mirio laughed brightly after blinking. "Ah, I was just getting serious. But that's okay, Henshin. You're a tough cookie. If the first years are as good as you, they must be even better. Let's postpone the remainder of the game until later." "No. But I wanted to see more of that view," she sighed, allowing herself to fall into a lazy upside-down spin as Najire, still floating nearby, pouted dramatically in her mind. Well, whatever. She would undoubtedly need to spend more time getting to know Kyuda Henshin. As I turned onto the regular route toward Ua, the car hummed softly beneath us. With her hair still a little untidy from the previous evening, Mina slouched comfortably in the passenger seat with one leg tucked under her. With a groan, she stretched, her arms arching back until her chest raised enough for me to look. She did notice, though. "Eyes on the road, handsome," she teased, smirking as she caught me mid-look. "Hard not to glance when my passenger's doing stretches like that," I replied. "You're a dangerous distraction for a driver." She gave a wink. "I prefer the term motivation." I gave a snort. "That's what you were aiming for this morning." As she watched the buildings go by, she leaned her head against the window and said, "Maybe, you didn't seem to mind. You know, this is kinda nice. You driving, me vibing. Almost makes me want to do this whole school thing more often." "Almost? Well, I could use some tutoring from the English expert." I looked at her sideways. Is that right? Am I getting any reward out of it? With confidence, she remarked, "Oh, I'm sure you'll earn it, and when you do you'll really enjoy it." I turned back to the road and shook my head. With one hand on the wheel, I coasted down the road, UA fading into view. I tapped the brakes and reduced the gas as I came around the last bend. Outside the main gate, a crowd of people had gathered. Camera shutters were constantly snapping, boom mics and microphones were thrust forward, and dozens of reporters were pressed against one another. They were still vying for favorable angles and swarming the students entering, but they were careful not to enter. There was a head of blonde hair up near the front. He appeared to be trying to avoid the crowd while maintaining his composure. He forced a tight-lipped smile that stopped short of his eyes, but his fists were still clenched at his sides. Monoma from Class 1B looked like he was about to blow up, and I was fairly certain that was him. He was likely being inundated with inquiries concerning All Might. And I could imagine how well that was going over, given that he wasn't teaching Class 1B. Perhaps this is the root of his animosity toward Class 1A. Disgrace. Just the background class, you guys. Or is it a positive thing? There was going to be attention because All Might was teaching the class. I was already aware of how harmful that attention would be. In relation to that, I saw Tamura's bitch-ass half hidden by a utility pole across the street. His fingers were twitching as if he were itching to pull something while he watched the reporters. Do I need to take action on him right away? Or hold off on killing him there at USJ? Oh well, I'm sure I can manage it, whatever it is. Mina narrowed her eyes and leaned forward in her chair. Are those reporters? Yeah. Looks like it. Good thing we don't have to use that entrance. I turned and headed for the car gate. A pair of hovering security drones appeared as I got closer, one on each side of my vehicle. A member of the faculty and staff came into view and held up a hand, telling me to stop. I reached over and tapped my UA student ID against the scanner, causing it to beep once. A second later, there was a mechanical hiss as the gate slid open. Definitely more security than yesterday, Mina mentioned in a whisper. I killed the engine, snatched up my bag, and parked in what had become my usual spot. Mina followed suit, stepping into place next to me as we made our way to the education building. Other students' conversations were already filling the halls. We headed to Class 1A by climbing the stairs to the 4th floor. I saw 2 vacant seats close to the back, between Momo and Kirishima, when we moved in. Once more, they reserved spots for us. Mina smiled and immediately settled down next to Kirishima. As a result, I was seated between her and Momo. Morning, a smiling Kirishima said. Did you guys see the crowd outside? It was impossible trying to get through. Behind her head, Mina stretched hers. Crazy stuff, not gonna lie. Glad I didn't have to deal with it. We saw them while I was driving, I continued. Reporters swarming the main gate like flies. Momo raised her head from her pen. I also saw them while my driver was bringing me to school today. I overheard some staff saying they've been camped out since dawn. Kirishima moaned and shook his head, saying, What? Seriously? I'm the only one who actually had to walk through them. Maybe I should get my own car too. You know, I said one thing about All Might teaching us yesterday and boom, they wouldn't leave me alone. It makes sense, Momo remarked reflectively. All Might's presence here is a major story, and Midnight isn't here yet. She's supposed to be instructing our morning class. She's probably tied up with the press too, I replied. It's not a big deal. For several more minutes, the conversation veered off topic. Just enough time for the room to calm down and the final few pupils to enter. About 3 minutes after the class was scheduled to begin, the door slid open. With a confident gait, Midnight entered first, followed by Aizawa, who for some reason appeared even more worn out than normal. His scarf was loosely draped over his shoulders rather than snugly around his neck, and his hair was a little more disheveled. With his hands in his pockets, he took a single stride forward. He whispered, Midnight gave me 30 minutes, so I'll try not to waste your time. That wouldn't be rational. The class sat up straighter, and Aizawa solidified his status as the most terrifying instructor in just 3 days. Decent work yesterday during the combat trials with All Might. I reviewed the footage and results. We'll talk more about the details in my afternoon class. He widened his gaze and kept going. Let's not waste any time. This next task will determine your future. All of the students were on edge as the room suddenly became rigid. I sensed that everyone in the class was holding their breath. He left that line hanging, not immediately clarifying. Then he added, with a shit-eating smile that was almost too casual, you need to pick a class representative. A brief sigh of relief was heard, but chaos quickly swept through the room. Overlapping voices rose above one another in a flood of self-nominations. For emphasis, Mineta got up from his chair. Bakugo's hands slammed against his desk. Pick me, guys. I want to be class representative. My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be 30 centimeters above the knee. Dude, what the fuck? Someone with style would make a go. I'm totally the right pick. Hey, I'm your only choice, let me do it, me. One voice sliced like a blade through the cacophony. Iida called out, silence, loudly and clearly. With one arm slicing through the air, he stood tall. His tone evened out as the room began to settle down. The duty of class representative is not one of popularity. It is a role of leadership. Responsibility, he said. He quickly adjusted his glasses and said, to lead others, one must first have their trust. That cannot be shouted into existence, it must be earned. Therefore, the most logical course of action is clear. We must elect our representative, democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Then, was mumbled. Then came a second voice. But Iida, we don't even know each other yet. Everyone's just gonna vote for themselves. Iida said matter-of-factly, most people will, with her hands cutting through the air once more. With a slightly elevated voice, he turned to face the front of the room and said, but that simply means whoever does receive more than one vote must truly be the most appropriate person to lead. Statistically speaking, it's the fairest option. Wouldn't you agree, Aizawa-sensei? Aizawa didn't raise his head at all. He whispered, do whatever you want, from his cocoon of weariness and scarf. Just figure it out before you waste more of Midnight's time. Understood. Thank you for entrusting us with this decision. Did I stand a chance at all if everyone voted for themselves? I mean, I had assumed that Kirishima and Mina would support me, but they both expressed their interest right away. That wasn't exactly assured, then. When the chaos breaks out during lunch, I could always step in and help calm things down. Then, as in canon, Midoriya would transfer the role to me. However, yes, no, why let it happen by accident? I got up suddenly. There are a couple of flaws in your logic, Iida. Startled, Iida blinked. He glanced in my direction and said, Henshin, please elaborate what you mean. You're assuming that the person who gets the most votes is the best representative. And sure, that makes sense, in theory, but not in a classroom full of people who barely know each other. I looked around. Let's be honest, most people are just going to vote for themselves. I know you acknowledge this, but not the actual implications of this. What will happen is that the person who wins will probably only get 2, maybe 3 votes at best. That doesn't reflect anything meaningful, it would end up being a fluke. Iida nodded thoughtfully and tapped his chin a few times. I see. I hadn't considered that possibility. You're right. In that case, Henshin, do you have an alternative suggestion? I gave a small smile. Yeah, I do. The issue isn't voting itself, it's voting without standards. So here's what I propose. Instead of a free-for-all, we nominate candidates first. But not just names, each nomination needs a classmate to stand up and say why they think that person deserves it. If someone's really worthy of being class rep, they should have at least one person willing to vouch for them. I took a moment to process the thought. After that, we'll hold the vote. Simple, fair, and better than everyone just writing their own name. A few nods were given here and there. They muttered, sounds good, or, yeah, I like that. After a moment of inaction, Iida nodded sharply, it's a logical structure, I accept your terms. I said, great, and moved forward, I'll start us off. I swiveled in the direction of the rear row. I'd like to nominate Momo Yaoyorozu and Eijiro Kirishima. Startled, Momo blinked. Kirishima also arched his brows. For Yaoyorozu, I went on, she's incredibly intelligent, always composed, and even in just a couple of days, I can tell she genuinely wants to help her classmates. She'd take the responsibility seriously. Momo smiled shyly at me and somehow straightened her already impeccable posture. And Kirishima has a dedication to improvement that's unmatched. He's the kind of guy who leads by example, and I don't think he'd ever take a responsibility like this lightly. Iida moved forward, and I went back to my seat. Izuku Midoriya is my choice, he declared with assurance. In the combat trial and entrance exams, he showed grit, adaptability, and a willingness to put himself on the line. He made a difficult call at a critical moment. That kind of decisiveness is what leadership demands. Mina was next. He chirped, I nominate Kyuta. He's crushed every class so far, helped people with English, and hasn't been a jerk about it. I totally trust him with leading our class. Silently, Shoji held up a tentacle hand. I nominate Iida. He's organized, responsible, and already talks like a representative. Then there was a brief silence. After giving it 15 seconds or so, I got back up. No one else? I asked after a brief pause. A few glances were exchanged, but no one else raised their hand or said anything. All right, then I think we're ready. Iida appeared contemplative. Should the nominated candidates be allowed to vote? I said, yeah, without thinking. You can vote for yourself, or for someone else, if you think they'd do the job better. Just be honest about who you trust most to represent us. Since Aizawa had no interest in this, Midnight took charge and gave a slip of paper to each of us. After giving it some thought, I made the decision to write down Momo's name. I could have cast my own ballot, of course, but I was almost certain to win anyhow. She is my vice more than any of the other guys. Our ballots were passed forward. Writing the names of the 5 nominees on the board and tallying the results next to them, Midnight led them up front with a twirl. Henshin Kyuta. 8 Iida Tenya. 2 Kirishima Eijiro. 3. Midoriya Izuku. 3 Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Well, Midnight put a hand on her hip and cooed. She winked at me and turned to Momo, saying, looks like we've got ourselves a winner. Kyuta Henshin, you're officially Class 1 is representative. And Vice Rep Yaoyorozu, don't think you're off the hook either. Momo's cheeks turned a little pink as she made a brief bow of recognition. Midnight's gaze returned to the classroom. Now that that's sorted out, she said, her smile growing. It's time for my class. We've got an hour and a half, and I fully intend to make it count. I'll make sure you all work extra hard to make up for lost time. Her gaze returned to Momo and me. I'm looking forward to seeing how the new class reps serve the rest of the room. As usual, the cafeteria was packed. Students from every department and year crowded every table, their voices overlapping and their uniforms a blur. I had just paid for my lunch, which consisted of a rice bowl with grilled chicken, extra eggs, and steamed vegetables. I noticed Midoriya sitting close to the center of the room with Uraraka, Iida, and his usual trio. They were surrounded by a few vacant spaces. Excellent. I wanted to discuss something with him. It was also the perfect setting for what I had in store for later, with Uraraka present as well. I overheard bits of their conversation as I got closer. I voted for you, Midoriya, Iida announced solemnly. You showed excellent judgment and valor yesterday. Uraraka grinned and nodded. Me too. You were really cool during the combat training. It's funny because this time he didn't even win the match. Thanks, you guys. I really didn't expect that. I said, hey there, and approached their table. Mind if I join you guys today? Midoriya's face brightened as he looked up. Of course not. Please, have a seat. Iida rose suddenly and bowed too formally. Ah, Class Representative Henshin, what an honor it is to share a meal with you. I laughed and dismissed it with a wave of my hand. Ease up there, Iida. No need for titles, just call me by my name, all right? He blinked, then nodded to correct himself. Understood, Henshin. I put down my tray and sat down next to Midoriya. After a minute, Momo, Kirishima, and Mina joined us, completing the table. Hey dude, Kirishima said, grinning at me. Congrats on becoming class representative. Momo smiled courteously. You secured the most votes by a significant margin. I expected to get a few votes, sure, I replied. But that big of a lead? Couldn't even imagine something like that. Mina gave me a wink and pushed me with her elbow, saying, you really earned it, class prez. I turned to Midoriya as we began to eat. Your arm's looking better. Have you given any thought to my offer from yesterday? He gave a hearty nod. Yeah, if it's all right with you, I'd love to join you guys at the gym. I glanced across the table and said, of course it's okay. I was the one who asked, remember? You should come too. Yaoyorozu. Kirishima, Mina, and I were all there yesterday. Iida held up a hand. I was also present at the gym yesterday, for the record. In recognition, Kirishima snapped his fingers. Oh, right. I thought I saw you there. You looked locked in, man. Didn't want to throw you off your grind. He tilted his head slightly and asked, my grind? If you mean my training regimen, then yes, I was fully engaged. But you wouldn't have disrupted me. I'm always open to peer engagement. Mina gave Momo a gentle elbow push. Yao Momo, you have to come with us next time. The gym is stacked with super high-tech gear and fancy machines. And the best part? It's all free. Like, why wouldn't we take advantage of that? Uraraka let out a gasp. Free? Deku, we have to go there too. An alarm, sharp enough to freeze forks halfway to mouths, blared overhead before Midoriya could respond. After a single crackle from the speakers, a robotic voice could be heard. Warning. Level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The room suddenly descended into anarchy. Waves of students rushed toward the exits in a panic, chairs scraping against the tile, trays clattering to the floor, and voices rising in fear and confusion. As the crowd closed in on us, Uraraka yelled, "What's going on?" and grabbed Midoriya's sleeve. As they passed, an upperclassman nearby exclaimed, "A level 3 breach means someone got past the school barrier. This hasn't happened once in my 3 years enrolled here, we should move." I wouldn't waste this opportunity. I extended my hand and took Uraraka's and Momo's wrists. As I drew them closer, their arms stiffened under my hold, but neither of them fought. I said in a low but firm voice, "Stay close, we'll get separated if we don't stick together." The crowd surged around us, their bodies pressing close to mine. I continued to push Momo and Uraraka through the crowd, using my shoulders to make a path toward the window. Despite the intense body flood, I managed to keep us moving steadily. I looked toward the closest window when we got to the glass, just to make sure I already knew. Indeed, I saw just what I had anticipated. We were in a building with flashing cameras and a horde of reporters advancing on us. I gripped the girl's wrists a little tighter. "Yaoyurzu, make me a megaphone. Uraraka, use your quirk to get me in the air." Fortunately, neither of them asked me any questions. In one quick motion, Momo rolled up her sleeve, and a megaphone appeared from her skin, causing a gentle glow to shimmer along her arm. Without hesitation, she gave it to me. Uraraka extended her hand and used the pads on her fingertips to tap my forearm. When her quirk came on, I felt lighter. With a single leap, I shot skyward, ascending above the throng of pupils to land on an empty table close to the middle of the room. I could see everything up here, from the tense shoulders and terrified faces to every wide-eyed person looking for the door. I turned on the megaphone and held it up to my lips. Silence. With my voice amplified by the megaphone, it sounded like a thunderclap throughout the cafeteria. Hundreds of pupils all flinched at once. A hum of bewilderment replaced the roar of panic. Suddenly, uncertainty took the place of fear as their heads turned to face me and their eyes met mine. "Everyone, listen," I said now, calmly. "We're not in danger, look outside." I gestured to the windows. My gesture was followed by the students. "It's reporters." "That's all." They triggered the alarm when they forced their way through the front gate. "There's no threat." As realization set in, the tension in the air started to subside. Already, some of the students at the windows were vocally confirming it. I took another look around the room. "We're UA students. We don't panic like children. Whether you're general studies, business, support course, or hero track, whatever department, whatever year, you hold yourself to a higher standard." I inhaled. "If there's no threat, there's no reason to evacuate. Stay calm and return to your seats." After a moment more of silence, the crowd started to nod in various places. Those who had been running for the doors now trickled back to their tables as the panic gave way to soft footsteps. Letting Uraraka cancel her quirk in the middle of her descent, I leapt from the table and returned the megaphone to Momo before joining the group again. Uraraka had stars in her eyes, and she appeared somewhat stunned. Iida and Midoriya both just stared, motionless. Kirishima whistled softly. "Dude, that was manly as hell." I grinned a little. It was, damn right. I was spot on. My reputation just skyrocketed. UA had been in operation for almost 2 weeks. I had already gotten into a routine, so school was manageable. The amount of work wasn't nearly as taxing as I had anticipated. There are only roughly 5 hours of scheduled class time per day, 6 days a week, and Sundays off. Present mic, ectoplasm, or midnight would give us a 2-hour lecture in the mornings. 3-hour hero training sessions led by Aizawa or All Might alternated throughout the afternoons, though Aizawa was usually in charge. The majority of us were taken aback by how laid back the schedule felt, particularly in contrast to the much more rigorous routines of our previous high school years. I spent a lot of my leisure time at the gym. Kirishima and I started going fairly frequently. He's always excited and the type of guy who views leg day as an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Mina also appeared, and she would frequently bring Momo along. After a while, we began inviting Midoriya. Uraraka and Iida followed him. Despite gradually returning to training following his injury, he still appeared to be making slow progress with One for All. He continued to push without complaining. Although not as frequently, other students from our class would occasionally stop by. Bakugo, however, was also a regular. Strangely, he was friendly with me, but he avoided Midoriya and refused to even acknowledge him. Probably because of his attitude, he even congratulated me on defeating Midoriya in the combat trials on the second day. He is a hater of generations. A nice consolation prize must have been watching Midoriya get decked out. Though less frequently now, the big three continued to appear on occasion. All of them had finished their hero work studies. Tagada was training under Night Eye, Amajiki was with Fatgum, and Nejire had joined Ryukyu. Only after All Might gave Midoriya one for all did Night Eye take him in, I vaguely remembered. Nejire also dispelled my misconceptions about how easy school would be. We'd be aiming for our provisional hero licenses once the second semester arrived, she said. Students would then be strongly encouraged to begin their hero work studies immediately after that. I have no doubt that the anime didn't intend for it to proceed that way. Class 1A and 1B were supposed to be the exception, even though it coincided with the period in which they received their licenses. I'll need to be more cautious because, of course, things won't remain the same either. Even as the bus rolled along, I continued to think about that. It's also a big day today. We have an appointment with Aizawa, All Might, and 13 for rescue training at the unforeseen simulation joint. However, All Might won't appear until the very end. As anticipated, he halted a few villain attacks this morning. I watched the news for any updates on his whereabouts. He will therefore be nearing his deadline. As the class talked around us, I sat next to Midoriya, the two of us nestled close to the center of the car. In order to get the most out of whatever other quirks I used today, I made sure to absorb one for all from him. He appeared a little nervous. Midoriya was dressed in the UA gym uniform, while the other students were dressed as heroes. "You doing okay?" I asked, leaning back in my chair. "You've been quiet since we left." Midoriya straightened her posture and blinked. He gave a little laugh, but it was unconfident. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about the rescue training today. I've been trying to keep my expectations low. I still haven't really figured out how to control my quirk without hurting myself. It's frustrating, and honestly, kind of embarrassing." I gave a shrug. "Nah, it's not embarrassing. No one has perfect control. Hell, most of us are still figuring things out." He lowered his gaze to his hands. "Still, when I saw how you used it, the way you just moved so naturally with all that power, it kind of hit me. You're using something that's so hard for me to even turn on without breaking something, and you made it look easy. We're dealing with different outputs. I guess I never told you about the limitations of my quirk, but I can only take around 10% of someone else's quirk. You're working with a much heavier ceiling." "Really?" Midoriya asked, glancing at me. "Yeah, and even then, it still stung a bit when I pushed it. The difference is, I can also reinforce my body. Turn into steel or whatever I need to reduce the strain. You don't have that luxury." The back of his neck was rubbed. "I guess that's true." I lowered my voice to a more comforting tone and leaned in slightly. "So don't beat yourself up for it. You're not behind. You've just got a different starting point. I'm helping where I can, but you're gonna make your own breakthroughs. I believe that." "You really think so?" I grinned. "Of course I do. You're not the type to give up. That's already half the battle won." He said, "Thanks, Henshin," following a moment's silence. "You've helped a lot more than I expected." I put an arm across the window and said, "That's what I'm here for. Anytime you need something, whether it be advice or help with training, or even just to talk, I'm around." He blinked, then returned the smile, less strained this time. "I'll remember that." "Excellent." As the bus started to slow down, I leaned back a little and drummed my fingers against the window frame. "Looks like we're almost there. Ready to show them what you've got?" Midoriya sat up a bit and let out a slow exhale. "Yeah, I think I am." We had entered the USJ building. A huge, dome-shaped structure with multiple zones, each intended to simulate a distinct disaster situation. The entrance featured a central plaza from which 6 different zones branched out. The mountain zone, the shipwreck zone, the ruins zone, the landslide zone, the conflagration zone, and the windstorm zone. 13 was in front of us, already launching into her lecture while wearing her heavy spacesuit. Her helmet slightly muffled her voice, but it was steady and calm. She clarified that a hero's real duty was to save lives, not just to vanquish evildoers. She underlined the value of accountability and control, reminding us that even the most kindest skills could be harmful if abused. The message was good, particularly for a few of the class's more combat-oriented pupils. I still had trouble concentrating, for the time of truth had come. It was always possible that the League of Villains would not appear. Perhaps I would leave here a little more skilled, but not particularly so, as this would just be standard rescue training. It wouldn't be a total loss, but it would be disappointing. There would be more opportunities to enhance my reputation. But I didn't need to worry. Everything was dimmed by a few notches as a faint surge buzzed through the facility's lighting system. Although it wasn't enough to blind us, it did cause a slight unease in everyone. At the fountain in the middle plaza, a swirling purple portal started to take shape. It was only a shimmer at first. Next, a swirl. Then there was an energy ripple that got wider and wider. A pale hand stepped out of the portal, and then the man himself, and the surface rippled outward. Shigaraki Tamura. His most remarkable feature was the tangle of white hands that clung to his body like hideous accessories, despite the fact that he was wearing a dark black bodysuit and was covered in filth from not understanding what a shower was. They belonged to his family. Then came dozens of villains. Third-rate thugs wearing masks, half-assed costumes, and mismatched equipment. A real bottom-feeder crowd. Then the Nomu arrived. A beast of strength and fury. The air felt heavy with its very presence. Aizawa's expression changed abruptly. He pulled up his goggles and prepared his capture weapon, saying, "Everyone, group together and stay put. 13, protect the students." After a moment, the portal reshaped itself, shrinking and twisting until a figure of mist appeared in its place. From inside the fog, bright yellow eyes blinked. Kurogiri. Tamura rasped, "All might," from behind the fingers. His neck was irritatedly scratched by his nails. "Where is he? The symbol of peace. We went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd. Maybe he'll come out if we kill a few of his students." Our ranks swelled with panic. The other pupils understood how serious this was. 13 questions were being asked. In what way did they get past the school's security? What did they intend to do? Todoroki surmised that this was a planned assault that took advantage of the USJ's remote location from the main campus. Through the confusion, Aizawa's voice could be heard. 13, evacuate the students. Kaminari, use your quirk to try contacting the school. Then he did something nobody saw coming. He jumped. Straight from the platform. Alone, right into the throng of villains. He made no hesitation. Eraserhead moved through the first wave like a phantom, his capture scarf whipping through the air and his eyes glowing red from his quirk. He blocked, tripped, and disabled without missing a beat. One by one, the villains fell. It was amazing. I knew it wouldn't last, though. The Nomu was still standing, and Aizawa wouldn't be sufficient once it did. I was brought back to reality when Mina pulled at my arm. The students were heading for the exits. "Kyuta, let's go." I hurried to catch up with the others, following her example. Kurogiri twisted into view, obstructing our only escape route, just as we were catching up to the others near the exit. He resumed his conversation, this time introducing himself properly. He proclaimed, "We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes." His words didn't appeal to me, so I stopped listening. My hands were shaking and my heart was pounding. However, I was aware that this was anticipation rather than fear. This is my best opportunity. Hurry up. Any moment now. Without hesitation, Bakugo and Kirishima rushed forward. Bakugo set off an explosive blast, and Kirishima swung with a hardened arm, but neither of their blows were successful. With ease, Kurogiri phased through both of their attacks before spreading outward into a huge cloud of mist that engulfed us all. I squinted, paying close attention. I saw Mina a few paces too near the center as the fog grew thicker. For some reason, I would rather she wasn't among those who would be ambushed by villains. I sprang forward, caught her by the wrist, and pulled her back with me. With a startled gasp, she stumbled into me, but I held on tight, pulling us both past the cloud's outer edge. Wide-eyed, Mina held onto my arm for a moment before taking a deep breath to center herself. I quickly counted the number of people in the area. Jiro, Shoji, Sato, Iida, and Siro were the 5 others who were still at the entrance. Excellent. This group strives to achieve my goals. I cried, "Everyone okay?" Everyone nodded, though there were a few trembling breaths and wide eyes. "Good," I said, meeting Iida's gaze. "Iida, I need you to run back to the main building. The alarms didn't go off here. Someone has to alert the rest of the school." He looked back toward the battlefield and hesitated. "Leaving my classmates behind feels wrong, but if that's the best way to help, then..." "You're not abandoning us. We're relying on you right now. You're the fastest student here. Getting the teachers is the best thing you can do right now." His jaw clenched, then he stood up straight. "Understood. I'll make it back as fast as I can." He was crouching a little, adjusting his glasses, and about to run when a familiar mist appeared directly in front of him. The voice was calm and low. "You're not going anywhere," it said. Behind us there was a sudden hiss. A spiraling force erupted from the nozzle at 13's fingertips as she raised her gloved hand. The pull grew stronger, and the area before her twisted violently. Kurogiri's hazy body stumbled in her direction, its tendrils extending as it drew closer. He fought the pull of gravity, his yellow eyes flickering and warping in shape. "I'll handle this one," exclaimed 13. "You're doing well, I won't let this villain stop you." It appeared for a second that she had him. However, 2 sets of warp gates spiraled open just before Kurogiri was completely devoured. One directly behind 13, and one in front of him. Kurogiri quickly turned her own attack around. As her quirk was redirected through the new portal, the suction of the black hole bent strangely, hitting her from behind. The back of 13's suit crumpled as she fell to the ground after being yanked off her feet. "Fantastic performance, 13. I looked over at Mina. "Check on 13, carefully." "On it," she exclaimed, running over without hesitation. "Shoji, Jiro." I went on. "Don't worry about the fog villain. Let us handle him. You two concentrate on finding the rest of the class. We'll need information on their whereabouts." Jiro squatted silently and pushed her earphones to the floor, while Shoji's arms spread wide, several eyes opening on his limbs to look around the building. "You two are with me," I said, turning to face Sato and Siro. "Pay close attention. I've noticed that the fog villain's body is held together by a metal brace of some sort. With his fog, he has been trying to hide it and give the impression that he is untouchable. That brace is probably his weakness. We can move him if we can lock onto it." Tension ran through every joint as Siro flexed his fingers, causing them to twitch. "You want me to pin him down?" "Yes, stick him with your tape. You grab the line and throw him as far as you can after he does that. Sato, don't be shy." With a knuckle crack, Sato said, "Got it." I called back over my shoulder, "Iida, you move when I give the signal." His legs were ready and tense as he nodded silently. As expected, Kurogiri started to drift in Iida's direction once more in an attempt to stop his escape. I was the first to charge in, grabbing Kurogiri's attention with a fierce run. His tone was detached as he said, "A pointless effort, another reckless." He was unable to complete. With lightning speed and accuracy, Siro's tape sprang forward and attached itself to the metal brace that encircled Kurogiri's hazy center. "You got it," he smiled. Without wasting a second, Sato snatched up the tape, whirled around like a hammer thrower, and threw the villain in a high arc across the plaza, causing Kurogiri to vanish in mid-flight but providing us with the necessary opening. "Iida, go." The sliding doors resisted opening as he dashed forward. "The door won't. Come on, we don't have time to waste." With a crunching roar, I reshaped my arm into a huge metal fist and slammed it into the door. Iida ran through the debris. "Avoid turning around," I called out to him. And he was gone in an instant. When I turned back to face the group, I saw that everyone was staring at me. Excellent. They were looking to me for guidance in a crisis like this, so even though the situation was dangerous, I wanted the leadership and the influence. If I handled it well, they would remember the man who stepped up when things got tough for the rest of their lives. "Jiro, Shoji," I said in a level but acerbic tone, "do you have any news on everyone's health?" With several eyes blinking shut along the membrane, Shoji lowered one of his arms and said, "Everyone has been dispersed throughout the USJ. Entered various zones by teleportation." "I have been listening in," Jiro said, taking her earphone jack from the floor. "They were ambushed by villains in every area. It had to be a prearranged ambush to destroy us." "Tell me who's where." I looked her in the eyes. Asui, Mineta, and Midoriya were twisted to the shipwreck area. In the area of landslides, Todoroki is by itself. Ojiro and Kirishima landed in the area of conflagration. Kaminari and Bakugo are in the mountainous area. Hagakure and Uraraka were sent to the windstorm area. She replied hastily, and Tokiyami and Yaoyorozu ended up in the ruins. Shoji looked over and remarked, "We couldn't locate Aoyama, nothing on his position." "Then that's probably a good thing," I said, tilting my head. "The villains won't be able to find him if we can't. It indicates that he is sufficiently concealed to evade discovery." Sato moved next to me and said, "Shouldn't we go assist Aizawa-sensei first? Down there, he is fighting by himself." "No," I said, shaking my head. "He is an expert. We risk being apprehended and making his job more difficult if we intervene right away. Hostages are a liability. Allow him to take the lead. his students' safety is his top concern. I inhaled, mentally going over the list. There was no ideal plan, but there was one that made sense. We will now divide into 3 groups and proceed. The windstorm zone is where I'll go. Although Uraraka's quirk can help her in battle, that isn't her main focus, so she and Hagakure are probably in the greatest danger. Hagakure, on the other hand, uses stealth, but they will quickly be defeated if they are overpowered. Jiro and Siro, go to the conflagration zone to support Kirishima and Ojiro, I said, turning to the others as I indicated each group. Take the ruins zone, Shoji and Sato, and support Yayorozu and Tokiyami. Without hesitation, they all nodded, their eyes blazing with intent. As soon as your groups are secure, bring everyone back here, avoid being separated once more. Siro held up a hand and said, how about the others? Kaminari and Bakugo remain out there. Todoroki is also by himself. In addition, there are Asui, Mineta, and Midoriya at the shipwreck site. Shall we go assist them first? With so many threats around, we can't overextend ourselves, I said, shaking my head. Bakugo and Todoroki are both capable of fighting their way out. Bakugo will not let Kaminari fall, even though he might need a little more help. As for Midoriya, Mineta, and Asui, I went on, any of us would find the shipwreck area to be a challenging battlefield. As soon as I assist Uraraka and Hagakure, I'll go there. We must have faith that our classmates will persevere. Mina stepped forward and interrupted, saying, wait, what about me? Would you like me to go somewhere? I gave her a quick look before pointing back toward 13's smashed body. Remain here, please. 13 is totally out of control, and we must keep an eye on her. Someone must be present to defend her in the event that any more villains turn against her. She hesitated, took a deep breath, and stood up. Before Shoji could follow Sato toward the ruins zone, I stepped toward him and put a hand on his arm as the others began to leave, breaking into their designated directions. After a moment of confusion, he turned to face me again and asked, are you imitating my quirk? Yeah, I replied, I would like to be able to monitor the other battlegrounds. We might have an advantage if we have more eyes and ears. He nodded briefly and said, use it well. When they had left, I looked back at Mina, who was huddled next to 13, keeping watch, her brows knitted in worry. It's too exposed. Villains could see that Mina was up here by herself with 13, and she wouldn't be able to defend 13 if she also had to. I scowled as I looked around the entrance. Mina, change of plans. She gave me a quick blink. Really? I'm going to carry 13 outside. I don't think any villains would bother going out there, I said, tilting my head briefly. I managed to hoist 13 onto my back and headed for the hole I'd previously smashed through the wall. I put her down gently outside and turned to face Mina, saying, stay with her. She briefly put her fist to my chest and smiled tightly at me, saying, you got it, but watch out, okay? Don't worry, I'll never lose. On the outskirts of the windstorm zone, I squatted low behind a broken slab of concrete and rested my back against it as though I had endless time. Sharp gusts of wind ripped through the landscape, kicking dust into the air like smokescreens and rattling metal. The air whirled with loose debris. A new explosion would occur every few seconds, slamming a metal sheet against a wall with a clang or scattering pieces of rubble across the floor. I had no idea how many uses Shoji's quirk could be put to. It would help me time everything just right, but it might not be the most obvious power. I didn't grow any extra arms or mutant limbs like Shoji did. However, my normal arms could produce smaller tentacles, and from the tips of those, I could create any sensory organ I required, including eyes, ears, and even a nose if necessary. With eyes everywhere and ears for miles, Shoji made it appear effortless. I was still getting used to it, but my version functioned fairly well. Thin and low to the ground, one of those tentacles slithered along the debris in front. An eye opened at its tip, allowing me to see the shipwreck area clearly. I can't let Midoriya leave my view. On a tentacle positioned against the demolished wall to my right, another eye blinked to life, keeping watch over Uraraka and Hagakure, who were trapped in the windstorm zone's swirling gusts. The tips of 2 additional extensions, each with a duplicate ear, twitched. One picked up ragged breaths and rushed steps from the windstorm zone, while the other tuned in to the sound of the waves breaking and the villains talking down by the ships. Never has multitasking felt so effective. I could move quickly if necessary, but not at this moment. I wasn't in a rush. Letting this continue for a bit longer was more advantageous. I wanted Midoriya to be worn out by the time he got to the Nomu, after all. And I'll intervene and save the day when it looks like there is no hope left. But I had to put other people first. I turned my focus to the area of the windstorm. Uraraka was having trouble. She heaved next to one of the steel pillars, her face pale and her cheeks puffy. She lifted far more than she could manage, demonstrating that she had reached her quirk usage limit. I could hear Hagakuri's exhaustion nearby. Even though she was totally invisible, she was still capable of delivering powerful blows. Her attacks caused more inconvenience than harm, and the villains might be lucky enough to hit her if they flailed hard enough. 4 generic, scumbag villains who appeared to have been plucked from a street corner were their adversaries. There were ripped clothes, broken goggles, and that creepy greasy smile. One of the bitches licked his lips and sneered, "These bitches put up a fight, but now they're done." Another remarked, "Look at the girl, she's still got a little energy left," as they approached the queasy Uraraka. "That's even better. I love it when they struggle." The final one gave a gloomy laugh. "Think it'll disappear if I put it inside the invisible girl?" Tamura, damn you. If you looked for more cliché creeps, you couldn't find them. However, that loser would never have bothered to leave his room in order to recruit other losers. Most likely, he had Kurogiri do it for him. But it still got me thinking. Shall I hold off until they're a little closer? Increase the tension a bit? As soon as my farthest eye noticed movement at the shipwreck, that thought vanished. Midoriya's fingers were blazing with strength as she leapt from the ship. The wave burst outward in a perfect ring as he released a flick against the water's surface. Minetta's sticky balls did the rest, trapping the villains in a tangled, drowning mess as the swirling force pulled them toward the center. Asui reached out and grabbed Minetta and Midoriya before throwing the 3 of them in the direction of safety. Not too bad, however, it also required me to relocate. I reached down and ran my fingers along the steel section of my belt as I emerged into the open, soaking up a little more material for my new tentacles. I ran through the rubble, the wind hurrying past me, but with my eyes fixed on the 3 creeps circling Uraraka, I pushed through. Hagakuri, the 4th, was clinging to something invisible. Dust in the air barely outlined her silhouette as she struggled in his arms. They didn't see me coming. I didn't yell or say anything similar. I brought my left hand down hard on the first guy's skull, and it grew in size in the middle of the swing. Like the bag of trash he was, he fell. The others stopped. What the fuck? It's too late. I was on the move already. I kicked the second one with a sweeping motion, knocking his legs out from under him as I twisted low. I charged forward as he fell, slamming my shoulder into his chest before he even reached the ground. A wheeze of pain escaped his lips. The other 2 refused to give up. One growled, his cheeks swollen like a balloon. He spit out a stream of pebble-sized projectiles from his mouth, firing them so quickly that he appeared to be using an automatic rifle. "You think you're untouchable? Take this, freak," he cried. But I felt nothing when they struck me. With all the force of crumpled paper, they pounded my armored skin. I looked down. Only rocks. Then I deadpanned, "That's it?" The last thug's limbs twisted in an unnatural way, his fingers curling into claws, his arms stretching like rubber as he threw them in wide arcs toward me. I caught the second blow after dodging the first, twisted his arms, and yanked him in. I whispered, "You're flexible, huh?" Then I folded him over my fist with a punch to the gut. Turning, the rock spitter attempted to run away. Not taking place. I held out a tentacle with a metallic spike at the end from my forearm. It struck the ground directly next to his foot. He fell and slammed his face into the ground, eating dirt as he went. Uraraka, still swaying, forced herself to stand behind me. "H. Henshin?" In the flesh, I answered, keeping my gaze fixed on the defeated villains. "Sorry I'm late." She laughed, breathless and relieved, and nearly fell forward. "I thought we were done for. Seriously, I've never been so happy to see someone's back." From somewhere to the left, Hagakuri's voice said, "Why, you got here just in time." Then my chest was struck by something. Tight and desperate, arms encircled me. I felt skin right away. Naked skin, warm and cozy. And 2 distinct mounds pressing into my front, no doubt about it. She cried and clung to me as if her life depended on it, saying, "Oh my God, thank you. I thought we were gonna die." I gave her a reassuring pat on the back and blinked once, but I remained silent. I wasn't in a rush to shoo her away. SHT. I shouldn't have waited on purpose. Although they were not physically harmed, they shouldn't have had to go through that. They were unaware of my hesitation. However, I did. For what purpose? Just one dazzling moment and a little dramatic timing. I understand. However, allowing them to feel this helpless was not worth it. I lowered my voice and said, "I'm glad to see you're both okay. Really, I should have been here sooner." With her face pressed against my shoulder, Toru whispered, "Please don't let go just yet. I know it's weird, but I really need this." I said, "It's fine," in a quiet voice. That was a stressful experience. Uraraka laughed unsteadily. "We seriously owe you one, Henshin. That was badass." I inhaled, at last taking a step back, or attempting to. Hagakure continued to cling to me as if letting go would bring the world to an end. "Come on," I said, moving her gently. "We've got to move. We're regrouping with the others at the entrance. It's not safe out here alone." Uraraka gave a nod. "Right. Let's go." At last, Hagakure relaxed her hold. "Okay." I led the way, and they trailed closely behind. Uraraka was keeping up, her face gradually coming back to normal, though her steps were still a little shaky. She smiled sheepishly and said, "I know we're in danger and everything, but I really owe you a meal after this. Like, an expensive one." "Is she not impoverished? I'm honored. I'll make sure to hold you to that." She gave a soft, slightly sheepish laugh. "Yeah, well, it felt like we weren't making it out of there for a second." Hagakure whispered, "It got bad," as she spoke nearer to me. "Real bad. If you hadn't shown up when you did." I said, "You'd have managed, but I'm glad I was the one who got to." Uraraka smiled slightly. "Still, I won't forget it." "Hey," Hagakure said once more, his tone less tense and more inquisitive. "Not that I'm complaining or anything, but how did you even find us?" "I was at the entrance with a few others when the villains warped in," I continued. "Shoji and Jiro figured out where everyone got sent. After that, we split up to reunite the entire class. Safety in numbers, you know." One of the smaller tentacles unfurled as I lifted my left arm a little. A blinking eye opened at its tip. "And I snagged Shoji's quirk for myself," I said, grinning a little. "Not as good with it as he is, but I could keep Annie on everyone." "No way." Leaned Hagakure slightly closer. "You mean like, literally had eyes everywhere?" "Pretty much," I uttered, allowing the tentacle to retract. "They can see better than normal eyes, so I could track where people were and how bad things were getting." Uraraka whistled softly. "Okay, that's kinda creepy, but also super useful. Maybe not as creepy anymore?" After a few minutes of walking, we arrived at the boundary of the windstorm area. The entrance platform and central plaza were then visible. Momo and Tokiyami had already returned, and Sato and Shoji were standing guard. I could see Kirishima and Ojiro between Shiro and Jiro as they approached them steadily. They were all sweating and looking bruised, but they were moving. An outstretched set of tentacles. One eye observed Todoroki standing next to an ice wall, calmly questioning some villains who were half frozen. Bakugo was followed by another, who pulled a half-conscious Kaminari toward the plaza, who gave him a lazy thumbs up and a stupid smile. I kept my attention on the most crucial scene, watching and listening with the tips of my third and fourth tentacles. Mineta, Asui, and Midoriya had reached the shore. However, they were huddled behind debris, gazing across the plaza, rather than making their way to the exit. The issue was right in front of them. If it could even be called a fight, Aizawa was still engaged in combat. It resembled a beating more. Blood trickled from the side of his face, his scarf was in tatters, and he was having trouble standing again. Nomu put a hand on the back of his head and loomed over him. Speaking calmly, Kurogiri hovered just behind Tamura. One of the students escaped, the one with the engine legs. The school will be alerted, and the other heroes. Tamura yelled, "Ah, Kurogiri, you worthless idiot," and extended his hand as if his day had been ruined. "That's it, we're done here. Game over. No All Might. No symbol of peace. Just brat after brat," he muttered, more to himself than to others. "I fucking hate this school." He gave a little giggle and cracked his knuckles. A noise that had no place near this level of violence. He looked around. To the three students who were huddled together. It appeared as though Mineta was straining to find the strength to confront Asui, but he failed. Asui crouched slightly, tense. Midoriya twitched her hands. He was about to do something, and I could see it on his face. Take a risk. Not like this, none of them had a chance. I had had enough waiting. I stopped moving. My voice sharpened, and I yelled, "Uraraka, Hagakure, before. Get to the entrance. Now. Regroup with the others." Both of them winced. "What? Why? What's going on?" I noticed Tamura strolling towards Asui. Slowly and deliberately, he raised his hand. "There's no time to explain." As I reshaped my legs, I lowered myself into a low crouch and pressed my fingers to the rubber section of my belt, instantly absorbing it. Coils that resembled springs snapped into position. I then directed one for all's energy towards my calves. Deep fissures protruded from the pressure point in the ground beneath me. I sped across the square, forming an arc across the battlefield in a haze of wind and momentum. Tamura was only a foot away when I landed with a thud. Asui's face was just inches away from his hand. I grabbed his wrist before he could respond, yanked him back, and used all of my momentum to slam my fist across his hand mask. The blow was powerful. He skidded across the stone like a rag doll, his body flying, limbs flailing. He tumbled to a halt close to Nomu's feet after rolling. With blood streaming from his nose, he dragged himself up to one knee while wheezing and pressing up on one elbow. He tilted his head and whispered, "Heroes, always so quick to violence," with a scratchy breath. With twitchy fingers, he continued to scratch at his neck, saying, "You pretend you're better, but all of you are just monsters in nicer clothes. It's rude, you know." I didn't even finish my sentence. We were just having a conversation, nobody respects the rules anymore. What an immature voice. Whiny. Like a brat who wanted to point the finger at the controller or the imaginary lag after losing a game. I was not going to waste my breath on him. Nomu remained motionless. As if it had never seen me, it simply stood over Aizawa. Strange. What prevented it from blocking him? Perhaps its defense mechanism only reacted to threats that were over a specific threshold. It was a particularly hard punch, and I wasn't trying to kill Tamura at the time. Didn't matter. I got what I desired. I slightly clenched my fist. I was careful to touch Tamura earlier before punching him out. Only a moment's touch. However, I experienced that familiar sensation as soon as I connected. I'll use that as my weapon against Nomu. Tamura's voice was tinged with annoyance as his fingers scratched the hand on his face. "Nomu. Kill him." I yelled. "Midoriya. Focus your quirk into a single finger. Flick it right at the guy with the hands on his face." Before the massive beast could move. He jumped. What? But, do it now. He didn't think twice. The entire force was directed towards his middle finger. Delaware smash. On its way to Tamura, the shockwave ripped a trench through the earth, a spiral of unadulterated power that destroyed everything in its path. Nomu halted its assault on me and deflected the explosion. The impact caused a dense cloud of dust to rise. Simultaneously, with one for all pulsing through my veins, I ran ahead. I took one breath, walked across the plaza, and knelt down next to Aizawa. His face was covered in blood, and one eye was just barely open. I whispered, putting an arm under his shoulders, "I've got you." Again, I began tugging. 4. Now there are 4 quirks. I was only 1 over, but 3 was the safe limit. It shouldn't be too horrible. With caution, I picked him up and ran back to the others. Didn't think about the way my jaw tightened for no reason. Or my desire to strike something. Someone. I'm lucky to have an easy target. Nomu was upright and unharmed when the dust settled. Conversely, Midoriya's middle finger hung pointlessly. Mineta's voice cracked. What do we do now? It's so damn annoying. It's clear that none of you are valuable. Just run, scream, and cry. No, concentrate. I inhaled deeply before looking him in the eyes. Listen very carefully. You 3 need to leave. Take Aizawa-sensei with you and get back to the entrance. Once you're there, tell the other students to run away. Midoriya tensed. Wait, but what about you? Just follow my instructions and stop questioning me. I put a steady, firm hand on his shoulder. It was good that it was still stable. There's no need to worry. He had wide, bewildered eyes. Goddamn slow. He never understood, never will, and never will. I looked him dead in the eye. I maintained my composure and forced a smile without waiting for a response. Because, I left the words lingering. Nobody else was going to take the initiative. Not right now, not here. Burn it in. That was it. Commit it to memory. You'll remember it for the rest of your life. Midoriya will keep this in mind. That was the main idea. He had better recall. I am here. Tamura's head jerked sideways like a broken marionette as he twitched, asking, "You are here?" As he gazed at me, his fingers drew jagged lines across his neck. "Are you one of All Might's disciples or something?" he asked, his laugh piercing and inappropriate. "Nah, that doesn't matter. I'm going to enjoy turning you to dust." PFF'd. Like some high school drama reject, the loser must have practiced that line in front of a mirror. Like a bedtime story, perhaps, he whispered it into his pillow. I chose not to answer because I was focused on the greater danger. Between me and the exit, that massive, stitched-together freak of nature stood motionless and silent. With Aizawa in tow, Midoriya and the others were already backing away. From the entrance, the rest of the class observed. With no one left to sabotage it, I was finally in the spotlight. Nomu. Now I have to do this alone. What am I aware of? It has a shock-absorbing ability and some sort of super regeneration that would allow it to withstand hundreds of All Might's full power blows. Enhancements in strength and speed are also inevitable. What is my win condition? Hold on until All Might arrives. That would be the sensible thing to do. No fuck. I'm not satisfied with that. Losing with extra steps is what it means to survive. I'd like to win. I want to destroy this thing completely, leaving only feathers and scraps behind. I have some tools. I now have Tamura's quirk in my back pocket. I don't need to use punches to destroy this monster. I can destroy it from the inside out. I can attack it with piercings until I gradually lacerate it. No time to second guess yourself. Simply move. My skin was flecked with black as I triggered one for all. 10% full cowl. As I lunged forward, the ground splintered beneath my feet. My arms moved in the middle of my stride, hardening and extending into twin metal lances that were pointed at the beast. Like the dumb asshole that it was, Nomu simply stood there, waiting for me. I struck its shoulders with both lances. The tips penetrated its flesh deeply. I encountered resistance when I stabbed into its harder bone and thick muscle. It didn't flinch, though. Not even a grunt. The lances were clamped down by its enormous hands. SHT. As if I were weightless, it jerked me forward. Then its fingers clamped like a clamp as its other hand curled around my forearm. I took advantage of the opportunity. I put my lances back into my normal hands, and when Nomu's hand touched all 5 fingers, decay came to life. Excellent. Rotten now. Although it was much slower than Tamura's, cracks slowly spider-webbed across its hand as the flesh underneath started to crumble. Nomu let out a disgusting scream that was like chalk on a blackboard. I prefer to hear that. I used my quirk to reach in at the same moment. Before I could get everything, Nomu retreated and swung its other hand at my ribs as it dove under its skin and tugged at everything there. Like a freight train, the punch struck me. My lungs stopped breathing, and I skidded across the floor before colliding with a concrete slab. I only coughed once, and it hurt like hell. Nevertheless, I smiled because it was worthwhile. 2 more peculiarities were now throbbing beneath my skin. Super strength and speed improvement. That increased the number of quirks I possessed even further. 6. The anticipation of all the power coursing through me caused my hands to shake. For a moment, my jaw was locked. It was difficult to breathe. More. I wasn't finished yet, not even close. You stupid piece of shit, I'll take everything you have to offer. Next, allow me to steal that super regeneration. Next comes shock absorption. Out of your lab-grown carcass, every single quirk until you're reduced to a limp, unresponsive puppet. Your little boss will be moved to tears by your twitching carcass after I hollow you out. I glanced in the direction of the door. The remaining pupils were nearly gone. While Shoji and Sato were now dragging Aizawa rather than Midoriya and Asui, Uraraka and Hagakure had already arrived. Momo and Mina were fighting. Her arms were thrashing, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. Behind her, Kirishima stood with his fists clenched so tightly that I could see his forearms trembling. Like he was waiting for me to call them back, he kept looking at me. It's a nice sentiment, but I don't need it. As composed as ever, Momo took over, most likely stating something straightforward like, Henshin-san is the class representative. We must do as he says now that Aizawa-sensei and 13-sensei are defeated. Then they both turned slowly. Bakugo and Todoroki were still standing there looking foolish, just in front of them. They were, of course. Both of them are idiots. They never stopped believing they had to be on the front lines. The only person qualified for that is me. Please just get out of here so I can start trying. Momo also looked at them. Something was said, most likely the same line. She knows exactly what I want and is such a good girl. They followed the others despite their hesitation. It's about damn time. Everybody knew where they belonged. The hand I had decomposed was Nomu's, and I turned around just in time to see it. It was all right again. There were no blemishes or scars on the restored flesh. My teeth ached from the force of my clenching. All right. You really want to show off that regeneration? Okay, when I actually try, we'll see how quickly it works. I'm gonna gut you. With terrifying speed, Nomu rushed forward, a black blur tearing through the dust. I reacted right away, my muscles screaming as I spun around, one for all loaded with those new speed and strength quirks. Not quick enough yet. It crashed right into me. Its hand clamped down on my torso, its fingers digging deep. The pressure caused my armor to collapse inward, cracking and screaming. SHT. Only my arms were completely changed, the rest of my body was merely armored. My ribs. My fucking ribs. As the claws dug in, they pierced flesh and metal. Gah. I swung one hand toward its wrist in an attempt to counter, but a snarl tore from my throat. However, Nomu dismissed it as though it didn't exist. Instead, I tried to touch its throat as I swung with the other. The same outcome. Don't let him touch you with his hands. Tamura yelled in the background, his voice ragged and high-pitched. Like a devoted dog, Nomu obeyed. A meat dog that is freaking out. You are a bitch's son. Its grip compressed my ribs, it was painful to breathe. I gritted my teeth and rasped, you don't want to be touched? Alright, let's see you avoid these. Like a snake's nest, 7 tentacles writhed out from my shoulders, each had a hand at the tip. One held onto its thigh. Its upper arm is another. Its side had 2 latched. One targeted the wrist. Around its neck, another tangled. One last one was fastened to the middle of its back. I got you. At once, decay swept through all points of contact, a tempest of rot and corrosion. Nomu emitted an unholy shriek, a sound more intense than pain and filled with rage and hatred. I hear music. It howled and crashed me so hard into the concrete that the earth cracked all around me. It pulled me up once more and threw me across the battlefield before I could even grunt. Before colliding with a wall, my body ragdolled. My mouth filled with blood. When I breathed, my chest hardly moved. I was unable to do anything but laugh. That's right, I said, coughing up blood on my tongue. Scream for me, you freak. But it's so damned annoying. Regardless of the force I used or the amount of power I stacked, Nomu still had more. That thing was built like a goddamn war machine, even with one for all and those stolen speed and strength quirks running through my veins. However, why in the world am I no longer following the rules? Nobody is here to chastise me for going too far. It was just me, the twitchy hand fetish bastard behind this freakshow science project, and the slightly more stable babysitter. Now let's take things seriously, no more restrictions or guidelines. I forced myself to stand again. I was indifferent to the blood that trickled onto my chin. I threw myself forward, my feet banging on a stone surface. The metal in my right arm reshaped and twisted until it formed a vicious, curved battle axe. However, Nomu wasn't my target. Tamura was the person I targeted. A cocky little smirk came out of his mouth. In fact, the bastard winced. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to scramble back quickly enough. Nomu. But it didn't have to be. Because the dog obeyed its master exactly when it was supposed to. It slammed itself directly between us, moving in a blur, just what I desired. My axe arm narrowed into a sharp metal stake just before impact. I slammed it squarely between muscle and joint in Nomu's shoulder. I hissed, "You're not going anywhere, anymore." I felt more tentacles snap out of my shoulders and back, writing themselves into place. One developed an eye and focused on Kurogiri and Tamura. According to my interpretation, Aizawa's erasure flaring to life would weaken their peculiarities if they attempted to participate. My own eyes fixed themselves on Nomu, stifling their regeneration a little. It's time to get this done. All might isn't necessary for me. Each tentacle was tipped with a hand that gripped Nomu's legs, and the others swung out like snakes. On each thigh, one. On both calves, another. Ankles and knees were also not spared. I clamped down on every point. I will not allow it to move at all. Another stake, longer and sharper than the first, twisted into my left arm. Nomu was struck in the chest by me. Thick, black blood spurted. Once more, my right arm transformed, initially into a machete. I lifted it. Swung down. Cut straight through my own limb. My arm was already completely changed, and there was no blood, but that didn't stop it from hurting like hell. Nomu's chest still had the stake in it. To steady it, I stomped down with my boot. Then moved my machete arm once more to create a huge sledgehammer. I lifted it and forcefully lowered it. Thud. The stake pierced the earth more deeply. I smirked as I glanced down at it and heard Nomu shriek. "You're in for a treat if you think this is awful." In the middle of my movement, I regenerated my left hand and reshaped it into another stake. Cut up. Drop. Hammer. Thud. Another through the shoulder on the other side. Thud. Again and again. Driven into its flesh, each one. Elbow, chest, biceps, and shoulders. Its whole upper body was nailed to the ground. It was slowed, but Nomu thrashed. The stakes fought against every move. It attempted to reach up and raise its arms, but the joints were precisely hammered in place, pinned flat. My tentacles, meanwhile, were anchored like chains and coiled tightly around its lower body. Stay down. They also didn't simply hold, they deteriorated. The flesh beneath them split and withered every second they remained attached. I gazed at the giant nailed to the floor. At last, I stood above it, breathing heavily, my chest heaving, my body twitching from the adrenaline and pain. My total triumph. My arms reformed into their original shape, fully normal. I extended my hand downward, slow and respectful. I clutched its strange bird beak. Gimme those last two. I began to pull again, directly from the center. The shock absorption came first. Super regeneration was right behind it. 8. It was my most alive feeling ever. It had a morphine-like effect. The pain in my chest subsided. My ribs straightened out. Cuts are sealed. This power is incredible, I continued after that. I flattened both palms against Nomu's face and gave it a light pat. I felt as though I was holding something valuable. I cooed, "Don't worry," in a low, mockingly soft voice. "It'll all be over soon." Then I split my tone into a victorious growl and pushed down with both hands. "Die for me." Gray veins crawled up Nomu's neck and across its face, causing decay to spread through the thick hide of its monstrous skull, causing it to convulse and howl once more. When I said, "You're not scary," I laugh. "You're not strong. You're not even human." Bones splintered against the force I used to pin it, and the stakes rattled as it thrashed harder. "You're nothing." I leaned in. "I own you." In the distance came a high, maniacal laugh. Tamura's laughter. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Kurogiri. Look at this. Tore through the atmosphere. This is what future heroes act like now. What a joke. This freak is supposed to be better than us. Look at him. Foaming at the mouth, laughing like a lunatic while he tortures my Nomu. Clutching at his sides, he burst out laughing, as though the brutalization of Nomu was the most hilarious thing he had ever witnessed. With a toddler-like giggle, he poked a finger at me. All Might would cry if he saw this. These are the next protectors of society? You're not a hero. You're just another broken freak with a power fetish. Just another monster. No different from the rest of us. I turned my attention away from Nomu. It's already done. But it didn't make sense to leave this mouth-breathing skinbag alive. He wasn't even a villain in my opinion. He was merely an object that had to be put down. In a flash of black sparks, I was directly in front of him. "You're a funny guy," I said with a non-joking laugh. "You had that thing built to fight All Might. And yet I'm the one who broke it. Me. Not a symbol. Not a pro-hero. Not a teacher. Just me." My fist buried itself in his stomach before he even noticed. He folded forward, a strangled wheeze escaping his lips as his breath caught. "Bet you thought having that monster meant you'd win everything. Well, look where we are now. You're coughing up spit, and I'm still standing." He choked. "You." I kicked him hard in the chest to stop him. Like a rag doll, he fell to the ground. I had already arrived when he wheezed and attempted to crawl. As my boot slammed down hard on his back and pinned him flat, I asked, "Going somewhere?" With his other hand, he likely attempted to rot my foot. What a stupid fool. I then gave his wrist a vicious crack as I stomped down on it. He let out a painful shriek. Kurogiri's warp gate swirled open as he blinked at us. Regretfully, I was watching him the entire time. In the middle of phasing, my hand shot out and caught his armor. After yanking it forward and slamming it into the floor, I pummeled it with punches. Then I heard the core rattle against rubble as I kicked it away like trash. Behind me, Tamura snarled, his anger and despair roiling. I could tell what he was doing without even turning around. My shoulder's tentacle eye noticed his outstretched hand. I looked away and pushed back. His head snapped sideways as my elbow made a loud cracking contact with his jaw. I then turned around and gave him a backhand across the face. Shaking and confused, he fell to his knees. I swung my left leg around and landed it in the middle of his back. I pulled his arms up behind him with both hands. "It seems like you're proud of these arms," I tugged. Crack. The joints twisted in unexpected ways as both shoulders popped out of their sockets. Tamura gave a howl. I released my hold and used one hand to lift him up by grabbing his neck. With caution, I removed the hand mask covering his face with my other hand. I was careful to perform both actions with just 4 fingers. His eyes widened. I grinned. "If I remember correctly, you said this was your father." "You piece of shit, put that down," Don't you fucking touch him. As I held the hand in front of his face, grinned, and pressed my fifth finger against it, his rage broke mid-scream and turned into a sob. The hand fell to the ground. I just killed your fucking daddy. What are you going to do about it? You gonna cry? I then touched his neck with my fifth finger. Kurogiri, exclaimed Tamura. Kurogiri, Namu, help me. Yeah, I chuckled. Keep crying, you little bitch. I was taken aback when a huge fist struck me in the side. However, since I also had shock absorption, I felt nothing. Nevertheless, the force gave Kurogiri the opening and knocked Tamura out of my hold. Both of them vanished in a burst of mist. Now it's just Nomu and me. Fuck. I scowled as I strode ahead. Not this shit again. Dust and debris billowed behind Nomu as it charged. As I filled the space, my body strengthened by all the weapons I had pilfered, the ground shook beneath me. Tentacles snaking from my back, a machete in one arm, and an axe in the other. With my axe arm cleaving toward its leg, I spun low. It stumbled. I lifted my machete and prepared to stab Nomu in the brain. Then everything came to a halt. The spark, the upsurge, lost. Like a dying flame, One for All winked. Immediately, I felt heavier, as though gravity had suddenly remembered that I was here. Everything else came crashing down with the raw edge of power I had been riding. Although they were much worse, the absorbed quirks, Shoji's quirk, Aizawa's erasure, Tamura's decay, shock absorption, super regeneration, and strength and speed enhancers, were still present. Earlier, I could keep 20% of it. That now stands at a pitiful 10%. I was no longer amplified by One for All. Shit. Shit shit shit. Nomu slammed me with a backhand after roaring. With the shock absorption, I was able to no-sell it once more, but how many more could I take? I sprinted to the left, using what little speed I still had to turn around behind it. It grabbed me right away, slamming and throwing me around like trash. Why? I played with it, but why? How come I wasted time? I ought to have ended it sooner rather than later. It tore through my armor and clawed into me. When I attempted to spread the tentacles once more, Nomu grabbed hold of them and ripped them off my shoulders. It stood before me, talons shining, claws up. Not in this manner, not after everything. I am here. The atmosphere was broken by the sound of his arrival. A golden blur flashed between me and the impending blow in an instant. Then, as thick arms encircled my chest and dragged me away from the battlefield, I felt the wind rip past my face. As Nomu attempted to follow, a deafening shockwave reverberated behind us. All Might then disappeared and reappeared with me on the other side of the plaza, far away from the ruined mess I had left behind. Even though he was built like a wrecking ball, he set me down with more care than I had anticipated. He crouched in front of me and yelled, "Young Henshin, are you all right?" His eyes were searching me with obvious concern, looking for broken bones or indications that I was about to pass out, but his voice was firm. To be honest, my injuries weren't that severe. The wounds were already starting to heal. However, the pain in my limbs remained dull and was hidden by shock and waning strength. My ears rang with the thunder of my heartbeat. There seemed to be too many voices in my head, causing my thoughts to become disorganized. I nodded slowly, trying to maintain a steady tone of voice. "Yeah, I'm fine." After observing me for a moment more, All Might gave me a comforting smile and nodded. "Good. I'll handle the rest." Wait a minute, All Might. There were two villains that escaped. The ringleaders. A guy with hands on his face, and a smoky teleporter who isolated the other students earlier. They got away right before you arrived, I stated prior to his departure. His eyes narrowed a little, but he remained silent. And that thing, Nomu, was made to fight you. That's what they said, specifically built to kill you. He paused at that. I went on to say, Nomu has multiple quirks, not a single strong one, but 4 separate quirks. Regeneration, shock absorption, speed enhancement, strength enhancement. All Might was silent for a moment. He looked at the monster I had failed to kill across the field, and his smile wavered. Then, wider than before, it came back. "I see. Thank you for the intel. But I wasn't done yet. I've already hit it hundreds of times. I didn't hold back either. I copied Midoriya's superpower quirk and pushed out the maximum I could release each time. I figured out how to beat it. The shock absorption isn't nullification. There's a maximum capacity to it." He raised his brow a little, but remained silent. Rather, he placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Young Henshin, you went above and beyond what anyone could have asked of you. You kept your classmates safe. You were the only one standing up to an unexpected monster. You fought with purpose as well as strength. Not for recognition, not for admiration. To ensure that nobody else had to. You are a real hero for that reason. What's causing my throat to tighten? Let me take it from here, he said, giving me a firm, proud squeeze on my shoulder. If only I had half the heart you displayed today, I could fight. His eyes were blazing with intent. Then I know I'll win. Stop, please. I stood there, nodding as though I deserved it, unable to respond any longer. I muttered, barely audible, "All might, good luck." Before turning and heading back toward the battlefield, he gave me one last thumbs up. I remained seated for a few more seconds. What I'd said, what I'd done, how Tamura looked when his arms snapped, how he screamed when the echoes of the past few minutes wouldn't go away. I felt sick to my stomach, but I was unable to move. I told myself that they were all villains and that they all deserved worse. And yet, in a nearby shard of a shattered glass panel, my reflection gazed back at me. I could hardly recognize myself, but I didn't look any different. I forced myself to stand up and turn my back on the altercation. I walked, each step feeling heavier than the last, the sound of battle fading behind me. He told me that you were the hero today. I didn't have that feeling. Not even close.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.